1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a wet Kirkistown. If you're joining us here on YouTube live stream. See, we've changed a few things here. Just a couple of different camera angles, playing about with the sound. Just see if it helps any, but hopefully so. But it doesn't help with the weather. So first up then is the lightweight, the Moto 3 Supersport 300 and the classic GP machines. We should get things up and running pretty soon. You can see they're doing their last track inspection. Hopefully we'll get things underway. Street Sweep was out earlier, doing their best. Aidan Cleary there, just warming up in the Supersport 400 machine. Didn't have much luck there on Friday and Saturday. He blew the 650 machine up, and he had to retire and come back here. I think he went home on the Friday afternoon just to stick the engine into the 650, get that changed up. Supersport machines here anyway, so hopefully he's got his other machines ready to rock and roll. More rock, less roll, hopefully. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Clerk of the course returning from the track inspection, and hopefully it's good news and we'll get things going here. I haven't heard otherwise. So lightweight, Moto 3, Supersport 300 and the classic GP machines. Please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. Okay guys, we're ready to go now. We're given the go ahead. So the track is obviously in good condition, good enough condition. Better if it was drier, but here we go. We take what we can. There's a 6 sounding wee Kawasaki there. That's Chris 67, Chris Gray. Off a cylinder, buddy. Oh, thanks hopefully Chris can get that wee thing fired up and get it out on track. Might clear itself within a few laps. So again, just waiting for the Clerk course to give us the go-ahead. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The first machines are out on track here for Easter Monday and the first round of the Big 3 Series. Graham McLaughlin away out there in the E125, the Bumblebee. Roy Creeth has a great weekend so far. So 12 minutes then, qualifying sessions here. So 12-minute sessions and the machines already through Colonials 1 and 2 and heading up towards the chicane now. That looks like Cleary then. Again, Cleary, he didn't get a run out on Saturday. Had to go home on Friday and fix a few motorbikes. There's a few riders yesterday. They arrived down to here on Friday afternoon. So that's Ruben Sherman Boyd away across the line and Aidan Cleary. There's Alexander Rowan. Just touching the limiter there just before he crosses the line. But yeah, a few riders having to fix their machines. Seen William Young out with the permanent marker. Man after my own heart. Again, you do everything just to try and get the machines on track, don't you? Duct tape and cable ties, that's what it was like in my day. So Ruben Sherman Boyd, Aidan Cleary, Alexander Rowan, Rory Creeth, Darren Duncan, Marley Brown, Nigel Moore, Matta Sugdennis, Billy Dobson, Reese Gates, Buster Sherman Boyd, Martin Halford, Max Wardy, Matt Davison, Ivan Bolt and Owen Everard all out. Across the line, there's Ruben Sherman Boyd then on the Supersport 400 machine. Same machine that Rory Creeth is riding. So, and there's Rory now, second machine in shot across the line. So Rory Creeth posting the fastest lap so far. No Ruben Sherman Boyd there for Friday and Saturday's racing at Bishop's Court. His younger brother Buster was out having a fantastic run. Seen Ruben this morning, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready for it here. So the lap times starting to come onto the board now. Rory Creeth, a 1:11.1. Ruben Sherman Boyd, second fastest with a 1:11.8. Again, a lot of work to do just to get back into the swing of things for Ruben. Alexander Rowan is on a charge now as well. He's, well, third fastest on the road. Just a call for the Super Twins and Production Twins, please, to the holding area. That's Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area as quickly as you can. So there's Ruben Sherman Boyd across the line then. And he goes fastest so far, the number 71 machine, with the 108.98. Alexander Rowan then fastest of the Moto 3s, a 109.7. Aidan Cleary, second of the lightweight Supersport 400 machines, a 110.9. Wee bit to go there for Aidan. These new Kawasaki's are pretty sharp out of the box. There's Ruben's younger brother, Buster, in 5th place on the road, but second of the Moto 3 machines. A 1 just across the line there, down to a 111.4. Took nearly a second off his previous lap time. Matt Davison then. Young Matt Davison across the line. Currently 4th in the Moto 3s. Had a good run on Saturday. Just dropped back a wee bit mid-race. Made life a wee bit more difficult for himself, and he wasn't able to claw it back. So there's Aidan Cleary across the line. Aidan goes second fastest there in the lightweight Supersport. Alexander Rowan. Rory Creeth then across the line. He's starting to find his way around here. 107.9 there for Rory Creeth. Fastest lap so far. So we've got a red flag here, unfortunately, already in this qualifying session. So it's been red flagged, and will an incident there around the track. So once we hear anything, we'll be soon to let you know. But if the Super Twins and Production Twins could please make their way to the holding area, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the marshals are working hard here to gather up a wee bit of a mess there at Deaders, but the marshals at the weekend, there on Saturday, have picked up a chest protector and a knee slider. So we have a chest protector and a knee slider here in the control tower. So if it belongs to yourself, can you please come and pick it up? Very important piece of equipment. So chest protector and a knee slider. If you did lose one at the weekend there on Friday or Saturday, can you please come pick it up at the control tower? That's great, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just hearing there in my ear, there's 6 minutes left of this lightweight super sport qualifying session. So we're going to continue with the lightweight Moto 3, Super Sport 300 and the Classic GP qualifying session. Again, 6 minute session. So I apologise there to the twins, but yous will be going out very, very shortly. Okay, that's the recovery vehicle now just parking up. So the lightweight Moto 3 Supersport 300s be ready to go for another 6-minute practice session or continuation of their qualifying session. 6 minutes left of this then. And then we will have the Super Twins, Production Twins, Moto 1 machine, Supersport Pro, Supersport Cup, Superbike Cup, pre-injections, Superbike Pro, and then the sidecar machines. So there we go then, the machines are back out on track. They'll just take the opportunity this first lap or so just to have a look around the track, make sure there's nothing on it, but the marshals here doing an absolute sterling job. So Matt Davison just making his way out there. And just a wee shout there for a member of the 500 club. Can you please make your way to the basal control tower for electric? They're having electric issues here. So a member of the 500 club, please make yourself known at the bottom of the base, or the bottom of the control tower. So the machine's heading back out there. Kira Cahoon. Robert O'Neill away out on the track. Change the program here. In addition to the Moto 3 class is Darren Duncan, number 177. He's currently 5th Moto 3 there, 10th fastest on the road. So I'm not sure whether there'll be much change now to the times. We'll keep a wee eye on Ruben Sherman Boyd. He's currently 2nd fastest in the lightweight Supersport. Aidan Cleary coming back out. So Aidan 3rd fastest in the lightweight Supersport 400 machines, 4th on the road. And here's the Moto 3s coming back down. There's Johnny Parker just looking up over the top of his screen there, whether it's visibility issues or he's just having a wee stretch. These Moto 3 machines are very hard to get tucked behind. Believe you me, I wouldn't be able to get tucked behind one now. Gagler Riders away through there. Kira Cahoon, Mark Shields, Mantis Sugdenis away through Deaders, nice and smoothly then. So then Alexander Rowan, fastest of the Moto 3s, a 108.6, followed by Buster Sherman Boyd. I don't think Buster's made it back out again in this qualifying session, but he is up there in 2nd there so far. Leading the way in the Supersport 300 is Bailey Dobson. His fastest time of a 1:14.0. So make their way through the chicane. Again, just building up them times. So Ruben Sherman Boyd posts his fastest time there so far, a 108.4. Again, can we have the remainder of the Super Twins and Production Twins, please, to the holding area? That's the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. You will be going out next no matter what. Max Wardy away through. Marley Brown currently 5th in the Supersport 300 class. So Marley a 120 point, or 118.9. That was before the red flag. 120.1 that time round. Oh, Reuben Sherman Boyd just across the line then, posting the fastest times. 106.9 there for Reuben Sherman Boyd. That's impressive times here for the wet. Aidan Cleary away through. He's down into fourth there in the lightweight supersport in the 400 class. 109.9. So that's the checkered flag going out now, guys. So the Super Twins and Production Twins, please, to the holding area. That's this qualifying session finished with. So it looks like then we're just waiting for Alan Mears posting a quick time there, 108.5 in third currently. We'll see if he can pull something out of the bag here in this lap. Bailey Dobson across the line then. Fastest in the Supersport 300. That's Matt Davison. Fourth in the Moto 3 so far. So that's Alan Mears across the line then. Stays in third place. 107.9 for Mears. Reuben Sherman Boyd across the line. A few riders still to come through here. So it looks like the majority of them are already into the paddock by the looks of it. So it looks like Reuben Sherman Boyd then fastest in the Supersport 400 class, a 107.0, followed by Roy Creeth in second, a 107.9. Alan Mears in third, a 107.9. So the times are pretty close there at the top. Fourth place then, Aidan Cleary wasn't able to better that, a 109.923. His last lap, a 109.928. So very, very close, very consistent indeed. Supersport 300 then, Bailey Dobson fastest, a 114.0. Second place, Reese Gates, a 114.7. Third is Max Wardy with a 116.7. Moto 3s then, Alexander Rowan, a 108.6. Very fast in the wet. Buster Sherman Boyd, a 108.7. So close there. Nigel Muir third, a 114.1, followed by Matt Davison in fourth, a 114.5. So huge grids of machines out for this one. So here we go, the Super Twins and Production Twins ready to head out on track now. That's Joe Yeardsley away through. Marty Lennon out in the Twins today. Christian Alkin, Nicky Burns, Dar Vint all the way out. Kyle Martin having machine issues all weekend, but hopefully today we can put an end to that bad luck. Mark Johnson too, great to see Mark. And there's young Coates on the BMW F900. So a whole array of different machinery out here. So coming out of Herpin then, tipping into the chicane. Again, the first time these riders have been out on track. First couple of laps, just taking it easy. Well, I say taking it easy. Nick, that looks like, is it Graham McAleese just leading the head there. Still a few bikes coming in. Cleary just swapping over to a 650 machine. He's going to be busy this weekend. Swapping and changes. So a few names then on the timing board now. Joe Yeardsley, Finnan Wardy, Marty Lennon, Harry McAleese, Christian Elkin, Hayden Clinton, Nicky Burns all the way through. That's Keelan Smith and Kyle Martin, number 25. Finn O'Connell, Dara Vent, Mark Johnson. Stuart McCann, Noel Latimer, race coach James Royale and Sean Doran. So in through and out of the hairpin that goes, trying to get a wee bit of heat into the tyres there for Alex Duncan. Of course, not an awful lot of use for tyre warmers, these wet tyres, again, especially in qualifying. A couple of laps and they're up to temperature. We've seen on Saturday at Bishop's Court there was a lot of machines, especially the Superbikes, just struggling with tyre wear as the track was, well, drying as best it could, but the back tyres just starting to spin up and wasn't making life easy for the riders at all. Here we go then. Chris Nelkin putting the first lock of times on the board. 1:07.5 there, fastest so far, followed by Marty Lennon. Nicky Burns, currently fastest in the production twins. Had a good run yesterday, grabbed himself a win just from his teammate on Saturday. Call then for the Moto 1 machines, please, to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. Let them all settle here as they're literally starting to get the grips with the track. Nicky Burns was looking for a lunge there heading into Colonials 1. So Chris Nelkin fastest so far at 1:06.5. Marty Lennon second at 1:06.7. Third place then Dean McMaster at 1:08.0. Nicky Burns is there in fourth, but of course fastest in the production twins at 1:09.7. Aidan Cleary fifth at 1:09.8. Keelan Smith sixth at 1:10.0. The next production twin, let me see, Nicky Burns will have to go down to 15th place with Kyle Martin in second place of the production twins. Kyle, first weekend, this would probably be his first proper run on the 650 machine then. As I say, just didn't have any luck there Friday and Saturday. So that's Alex Duncan and Nicky Burns away through there. So Nicky Burns fourth. 1:08.7 there for Burns in the production twin. Very impressive indeed. Jeremy McWilliams just heading out there in the JMC racing machine. Joe Yeardsley then just dropping down the timing screen there, 11th so far for Joe. Apologies, 12th now for Joe Yeardsley at 1:11.7. Finn O'Connell, Chris Nelkin just in, he was making some adjustments there. As he powers, just a wee puff of smoke with the overrun. As he powers away, clearing the plugs. We'll get another call, please, for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. That's Moto 1 machines to the holding area. Chris Nelkin still fastest then from Marty Lennon. Joe Yeardsley sitting up across the line there. Don't know whether he's maybe had enough or... Again, riders opting, just changing things, changing suspension, changing brakes. Again, a completely different track from Bishop's Court, completely different grip levels. So here's McWilliams then. He's just starting the first of his qualifying laps then. Colin Irwin then on the RK by Burroughs engineering machine. That's their Aprilia up into third place there now for Irwin as he gets some laps in under him. So Chris Nelkin then just trying out them adjustments. Seems to be going okay for him. He hasn't pulled back in. So we look at the production twins then. Nicky Burns still fastest. He's just been demoted there to 6th place on the grid by Finnan Wardy up into 5th. But Nicky Burns still fastest in the production twins. Followed by Alex Duncan then in 2nd place, a 1:11.4 for Duncan. Nicky Burns a 1:08.4. Just hearing their yellow flag out at the minute, so this could hamper some people's times. Hayden Clinton on a charge now too, up into 12th place for Hayden. And Jerry McWilliams, his first qualifying session on that machine, currently 13th, so he's up on the board anyway. Third of the production twins then is Kyle Martin, followed by James Royal, sorry. The number 942 machine in 4th. Will line up at the minute 20th on the grid. So it looks like we've got a red flag then here in the second qualifying session. Just over 8 minutes, nearly 8.5 minutes gone of that qualifying session. Yeah, so unfortunately that's been red flagged that session. So the machines are going to make their way back into pit lane. And if we get an update, we'll be soon to let you know. But that was nearly 8.5 minutes gone of that session. So just a call then for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area for your 12-minute qualifying session. If you can have yourselves ready, and we'll come back to you with an update when we have one. here. They're just doing a few last minute checks. So if the Moto 1 machines get themselves ready, please, as quick as possible and into the warm-up grid. So I think the twins will be going out. So we're going to run the rest of the twins. 4 minutes practice session then. 4 minutes left of that session. So the Moto 1 machines could please get themselves ready and in the holding area, and we'll have the twins out for a further 4 minutes. So far then, it's Chris Nelkin topping the timing screens here, a 106.5, followed by Marty Lennon, a 106.7. Irwin in third, a 106.8. McMaster fourth with a 107. So there's the machines going out on track. Again, only 4 minutes to improve their times. And some riders, they haven't even got times, but they were brought back into pit lane. And hopefully there was no need for them to go back to their vans or their trucks. And at the same time, maybe some of them think they've done enough. I'm sure I didn't see McWilliams go back out there. Currently in 8th place, a 108.8 for McWilliams. Joe Yeardsley just in behind in 9th, the 108.9. Here's Elke again across the line then. So they're just starting to put some times on the board once again. Just another call, please, for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. There's Irwin then. Again, just trying to get into the swing of it. It'll take them half a lap or so, or a lap, just to get the feel of the machine again. There's nothing as bad as being out there and then having to come back in and wait. And back out again. Get yourself psyched up again. See some of the Moto 1 machines already down here in pit lane. If the remainder can please make their way to the holding area. So they're going to start putting times on. Maybe improve on their times. They will. We're waiting for Elke then as he crosses the line here. A 108.0. Now for Irwin. Caught up there a wee bit. But Irwin fastest. A 106.0. Chris Nelkin a 106.5. Marty Lennon a 106.7. McMaster a 107.2, Wardy a 107.8, Lee Hara up into 6th place now, a 108.1. Nicky Burns in 7th, but Fastest of the production twins with a 108.4. McWilliams in 8th, a 108.8. There's McMaster across the line. Can he better his time? He does indeed. Up into 3rd there for Dean McMaster, 106.5 as he crosses the line. So they're heading up the backs. Irwin's caught up in a lot of traffic there, but he uses the power of their Aprilia just to out-drag them all into the hairpin. So the checkered flag is now being readied here down below us. So if the Moto 1 machines could please make their way to the holding area. That's Moto 1. Here comes Irwin then. He's done enough. He's still fastest so far. Jeremy McWilliams jumps up into 2nd place. A 106.3. Chris Nelkin demoted to 3rd. So that's the checkered flag being flown now. Kyle Martin, number 25. Or Mark Johnson across the line, along with Noel Latimer. Currently, he's in 20th there. Kyle Martin 19th, but 3rd in the production twins. So see, there's McMaster through. McMaster goes up into 2nd place, a 106.0. Very nearly matching Irwin's time. 106.086 for Irwin. McMaster, 106.091. Absolutely nothing in it at all. So again, we'll just have a look. There's McWilliams. McWilliams goes fastest on the last lap there, but here's Chris Nelgan. McWilliams fastest, a 105.3. I think Irwin has another lap. Here he is. Irwin goes fastest then in the Super Twins, a 104.7. Jeremy McWilliams, a 105.3. Christian Elkin in 3rd, a 105.7. Dean McMaster in 4th with a 106.0. Marty Lennon in 5th. Did Marty go back out again? Having a look round the track. I'm not sure, but Marty's yet to take the checkered flag. I don't think he went back out in that session, so he's held in 5th place there. Finn and Wardy 6th. Finn and Wardy 107.8. Lee Harris 7th, a 108.1. Harry McAleese across the line in 8th. Still a few machines to come through. Harry McAleese in 8th, a 108.3. Again, another call. Moto 1 machines, you'll be going out on track any second now. Nicky Burns, fastest of the production twins, in 9th, a 108.4. Joe Yearsley in 10th, a 108.9. Hayden Clinton 11th with a 109.6. 12th then is Keelan Smith, a 109.7. Aidan Cleary 13th, a 109.8. Finn O'Connell in 14th, a 110.2. Alex Duncan 2nd of the production twins in 15th, a 110.9. Reese Coates on the F900R. Great to see that machine here, and hopefully we'll get a few more throughout the season. So on the BMW then, 16th, a 111.3. Mark Johnson 17th with a 111.8. Matthew Watson 18th with a 112.2. Kyle Martin 19th and 3rd of the production twins, a 112.9. And Noah Latimer 20th with a 114.6. So that's Chris Gray just away out of the wee machine. Supersport 400, the Kawasaki was sounding a wee bit sick earlier on. Whether they've changed plugs or there was maybe an ST lead that sits on top of the plug, just loose. I've seen that plenty of times in them bikes, but he's got it up and running now. He's going to do a lap or two just to make sure everything's running sweet for later on. And I'm sure he'll probably start at the back of the grid. So again, for any other Moto 1 machines, can you please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can? Not an awful lot of machines out here. Hopefully we'll get a few more trickling through. But please, Moto 1 machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. So here we go then. The Moto 1 machine's going out on track. So that looks like all the machines then heading down through Colonials. And just a reminder, please guys, to have your rain lights on. So if you can turn the wee red light on at the back of the motorcycle, that would be fantastic. I think there's only one machine out there at the minute with the rain light on. That's Chris Gray's machine, definitely sounding a lot sharper than what it was earlier. A call then for the Super Sport Pro machines to the holding area. So we have the Super Sport Pro machines to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. So here's Finn Stevens. Had a great run there at the weekend. We slip off just during, I think it was the first race on Saturday. Stevens and Tomaszewski had a wee bit of a coming together. I'm sure there was a few words said, but they were back out for their second race at the end of the day. And what a race it was. Finn Stevens then away through. Hubert Tomaszewski, Kirkistown, William Graham got his first win on Saturday. Fantastic result there for young Graham. Harley Smith running real well all weekend. Then we have Walsh and Scott. Just here, Tomaszewski's machine. He's just trying to get gears into that wee bike. Took him 2 or 3 goes there just to select 6th, but he eventually made it happen. So Finn Stevens across the line then, a 1:15.8. Of course, just getting the feel of the track, getting the feel of the bikes again. Tomaszewski a 1:19.1 there. Lost a lot of time trying to hammer some gears, trying to find a cog in that wee gearbox down the back straight. But Kirkistown then across the line. The third machine out on track. So 1:20.3 there for Kirkistown. There's David Scott then across 1:33.6. So again, the names will jump up and down the timing screens till they settle themselves. Finn Stevens last time round a 1:15.8. Hubert Tomaszewski a 1:19.1. Cahoon, there's Stevens across the line again. Slightly faster, 1:15.5. Wait to see what Tomaszewski can do this time. Kirkistown a 1:20.3. Walsh a 1:26.1. Graham a 1:26.2. Very close there to the pair of them. Tomaszewski then a 1:17.7. Harley Smith a 1:30.4. William Graham, Ocean Walsh away through. Harley Smith then down to 1:25.7, still in that 6th place. So another call please for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. That's the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. Tomaszewski heading up the back straight. Bit smoother that time through the gears, but here's Stevens across the line then. A 1:13.8 that time for Stevens on the Tanda. And here's Tomaszewski coming then. Keep an eye and see what he can do across the line here. A 1:16.6, so he's just nipping away, he's doing the right thing. Still 6 minutes left of this practice session then. Still a good bit to go. Tomaszewski did this at the weekend as well. The two of them were split up during qualifying. Probably not a bad thing, to be fair, after what happened in the first race. But during qualifying, they were at either end of the circuit. And again, it's just hard sometimes. Certain riders have certain styles, and they like to follow a rider just to gauge how quick they're going or gauge how much they have to push. But Hubert was maybe a second off the pace, or a second and a half during qualifying, but during the race he was absolutely on it and up there with Stevens. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear across the line. That time round slightly slower, a 1:14.0 compared to his best, a 1:13.8. Kirkistown just behind the trackside bar and lounge, the Pit Lane Cafe behind us here. Tomaszewski then getting well tucked into that machine. Faster again there, a 1:16.4. Still giving himself a lot of work to do. So here's Kirkistown then across the line. Currently third, a 1:18.6 for Kira. Then we have Walsh in fourth with a 1:20.2. Crosses the line. No, spoke too soon. So Walsh up into third now then, a 1:18.3. That's a massive drop off his lap time. Cahoon then a 1:18.6 in fourth. Graham a 1:19.8 in fifth. And there's Harley Smith giving it stacks passes here, trying to get as much out of that wee machine as he can. Sixth place, a 1:23.2. Stevens once again here. So 4 minutes left then of this practice session. If the Super Sport machines could please make their way to the holding area. Slightly slower again there for Stevens. Tomaszewski then across the line. Faster again, a 1:16.0. Nearly down into the 1:15s. Still have it as a wee bit to do. And there's Scott across the line. A 1:27.6 was Scott's best time. That time round was a 1:54.8, so maybe an issue there. He might have stopped across the track somewhere just to make some adjustments. Walsh, Graham, chasing him down, a 1:18.7 now. So third place, Walsh, a 1:18.1. Cahoon in fourth, a 1:18.6. Graham in fifth, a 1:18.7. So very close. It's shaping up to be a great race between these three. Harley Smith then the way through. Stevens again. Stevens back down into the 1:13s. That's a 1:13.9 that time round. Again, another call, please, for the Super Sport Pro machines to the holding area. That's Super Sport Pro to the holding area. here's Cahoon, number 777. Followed by Scott. So David Scott back down to the 120. That's 125.1. And that's Scott's fastest time so far. William Graham up into fourth now at 117.7. So keep an eye then. The checkered flag won't be long until it's out. Another couple of minutes then. So Supersport Pro machines to the holding area, please. So here's Stevens. 114.9 that time. So just struggling a wee bit with consistency, whether it's the weather, track conditions, or what. Or he might be getting a board. He might be getting a signal just to let him know he's done enough. 113.8 for Stevens. Tomaszewski a 115.6. So Hubert doing the right thing, just chipping away. You could just hear the revs on that machine. Tomaszewski's absolutely flat out through deaders. No change at all. Staying tucked in behind the screen. Cahoon then across the line. Will she be able to jump back up? No. That was her fastest time, but still not good enough to come back at Graham. Holding on to that fifth place, a 118.3. Graham a 117.7. And Walsh now up into third with a 117.2. Harley Smith still hovering over the 120s here. Smith across the line then, a 120.7 that time compared to the best. 127.87 his best time, 127.29. So these Cubs are very consistent indeed. There's Tomaszewski. Stevens down below us here, just pulled in. Just having a wee look at the lap times. No doubt he'll be happy enough with that. He'll maybe go out for one more lap. But there's the checker flag out now. And a wee fist pump there from, I'm assuming, Mummy Bear. So definitely happy with that. So Finn Stevens then looks like he's going to be on pole. So Finn Steven, we'll see what Tomaszewski can do here. But it looks like it's going to stay the way it is at the minute. So again, that's the checkered flag, guys. So if the Supersport Pro machines can make their way to the holding area. Here's Tomaszewski. Down to 114s. And he stays there in that second place. So Finn Stevens a 113.8. Tomaszewski in second with a 114.6. Walsh in third with a 117.2. Then we'll have Graham in fourth, a 117.7. Kirkistown in fifth, a 118.2. Harley Smith in sixth, a 120.6. And then we have Scott in seventh with a 123.5. So again, you just see the lap times going down, just chipping away, trying to find their feet. Especially there for David Scott. So a great run there, dropping them times. So Supersport Pro up next then, guys, if you can make yourselves available in the warm-up area. So sounds like we're ready to go, guys. Not an awful lot of machines in the holding area. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. So guys, just a final few checks here, and hopefully we'll be up and going pretty soon. Again, the remainder of the Super Sport machines, can you please make your way to the holding area? Just while it's a wee bit quiet here too, folks, we have entry forms available for the 21st of June. That's here at Kirkistown, the Hillsborough Club and the Mid-Antrim Club. So the entry forms are available in garages 9 to 10. So if you see Valerie, she'll sort you out. So just in case you've missed it, the 21st of June, Hillsborough Club and the Mid-Antrim Club uniting. Great to see. And you will find your entry forms in garages 9 to 10. If you see Val, I'm sure she'll have the kettle on for you as well. So you can gather your entry forms up there. That's the 21st of June. So just letting a few cars in through here, because the ambulance had to leave the track. So the cars were actually queued. They are queued out onto the road. Great to see the spectators coming thick and fast. But again, we had to clear the entrance to Kirkistown there for the ambulance. Yeah, so the traffic was getting a wee bit thick out in the road, so just let a few cars in. Have to keep the locals happy as well. So the gate's closed now. We're nearly ready to go for the Super Sport Pro qualifying session. That will be followed by the Super Sport Cup. So if you can start getting yourselves ready, please. So here we go then, giving the go-ahead to clear the grid, or the warm-up area. Tire warmers are going off. William Donnelly there, the number 12 machine. Brendan Kavanagh. Corey McGreevy, Gary McCoy. Not sure, possibly Ulster Jackson there. Didn't quite get the number. Graham Irwin, great run there Friday and Saturday for Graham. And he'll be looking to continue that success today. William Donnelly away out in his own at the minute. Daniel Matheson closely followed by Chris Nelkin. Very impressed with Daniel Matheson this weekend. Mark Conlon on the Ducati going out just ahead of William Donnelly. So William will get past just before he tips out on the track. Oh, it's very daunting when another rider comes out of pit lane, especially through deaders. So fast through deaders. Down a gear, sometimes down 2 gears in these machines. Down 2 on a superbike anyway. And then rolling it through, just touching the dip on the inside. That's when you know you're on the white line. That's why they call it Deader's Dip. Here's the Ducati. Then the magic bullet machine of Graham Irwin. And again, another reminder, please, for your rain lights, if you can switch your rain lights on. So the machine's heading back towards us now. A few more Super Sport machines just coming back. Of course, the Cup riders, so Super Sport Cup machines to the holding area. Daniel Matheson. So he's got past William Donnelly now. Chris Nelkin just in behind, trying to find a way past William to chase down Matheson. You can see there Corey McGreevy as well. Just got a wee bit of a clear road. He'll soon be catching the slower riders in front. But Corey McGreevy goes fastest so far with a 102.001. Daniel Matheson a 105.1. Christian Elkin then a 105.6. Gary McCoy in fourth a 106.0. And there's Graham Irwin jumping up into second place again. It's going to take time for them to sort themselves out. The Honda there just tips into Deaders, heading for Colonials 1 and 2. So again, another call, please, for Super Sport Cup machines. So there's Chris Nelkin has now got past William Donnelly. And Mark Conlon as well, chasing down Chris Nelkin here in qualifying. Corey McGreevy, is he still out? Coming to a wee bit of traffic maybe for Corey. That's Lee Hara away through. Followed closely by Warren Knowles. So a good run there. Warren Knowles was in 7th place, but now demoted down to 8th. Lee Hara 9th. Knowles just chasing down Hara, getting the better of him there in the times. A 106 there. Ross Moore now on the Honda away through. 8th place there for Moore, a 105.9. So Corey McGreevy still fastest then with a 101.1 that time. Daniel Matheson up into second, quickly demoted by Christian Elkin. Corey McGreevy slightly slower that time, a 101.1.68. Again, he'll be coming up to some traffic. He might pull in. Sometimes you find he'll pull in and get a wee bit of clear road. Lee Hara again. Warren Knowles just dropping back off him a wee bit. So Lee Hara up this time of 105.5 in 8th place. Warren Knowles that time of 105.9. Still faster. Still finding the grip levels. Graham Irwin currently in 4th at 103.1. Mark Conlon 5th at 103.2. Guy McCoy in 6th at 104.0. Also, we've got a red flag here, unfortunately. So we have got a red flag here just down below us. Again, so the Super Sport Cup riders, if you can make your way to the holding area, please, as soon as you can. There was only 5 minutes gone on that qualifying session, so they may continue it. So the sounds of it, we're going here pretty shortly, guys. just given the go. We're waiting on the go ahead to continue this qualifying session. 6 minutes left of this session. Graham being as polite as ever. So 6 minutes left then of this Supersport qualifying session. Again, if you can make your way to the front, we'll get you out on track here very soon. So that's us. We're given the go-ahead. The Supersport machine's back on track then, guys. If we can get the tire warmers off. And we'll continue on with this qualifying session. So far, Corey McGreevy fastest with a 101.1. Christian Elkin in second, a 102.2. Daniel Matheson in third with a 102.9. Graham Irwin in fourth, a 103.1. Mark Conlon sitting in fifth place there, a 103.2. So the times are very close there at the top. Gary McCoy in sixth, a 104.0. Ross Moore in seventh with a 105.1. William Donnelly in eighth, a 105.5. Alistair Jackson ninth. Lee Hara 10th. Warren Knowles in 11th. Keelan Smith in 12th. And Brendan Kavanagh in 13th place. So there we go then. Machines are back out on track. Remember Corey McGreevy. Keep an eye on Mark Conlon there. Christian Elkin. 101.9 for Elkie. A 1 minute point 2 for Corey McGreevy. So again, Supersport Cup machines please to the holding area. That's Supersport Cup machines to the holding area. They're heading back up to the chicane now. Gary McCoy just siphoning his way through. Suzuki on the brakes. Fantastic handle the machine, especially in the wet. These Suzukis. There's Graham Irwin away through. Christian Elgin. William Donnelly. Warren Knowles. Gary McCoy. Ross Moore. Through Colonials 1 and 2, heading for the chicane. Tricky conditions. It could be bumpy at times as well through this hairpin down the bottom. And then into the chicane. Irwin with the foot down. Straight back on it, straight away. And that's exactly what you need. And a good clear road ahead of him this time as well. Corey McGreevy, Christian Elkin and Daniel Matheson. This is the bunch we want to keep a wee eye on. Guy McCoy back round there too on the Mad Bro Suzuki. So a 104.0. He might have had a wee debrief then with the team just while he was in there. And he'll know now what he has to do out there. Just a wee bit delayed getting the number 13 machine looking up over the spray of the bike in front. Not a bad time there straight away, even with the traffic there for Gary McCoy. 6th place, his best time, a 1:04.0 before the red flag. That time round, a 1:04.3. Oh, through the chicane and back out onto the back straight. Look at Corey McGreevy is on an absolute charge as he out-drags the Ducati towards the hairpin on the brakes then. So they make their way back out onto the start and finish straight. This is going to be a phenomenal time here for Corey McGreevy. Will he get under 1 minute mark? Very, very close. A 1 minute .054. Christian Elkin a 1:01.3. Still in second place for Elke. Graham Irwin in third, a 1:01.3. Mark Conlon, fourth, a 1:01.5. Matheson away through there in fifth, a 1:02.3. And Ross Moore then. Lee Hara up into 7th place now, a 1:04.1. So they're making their way through the chicane once again. So Graham Irwin has now tagged onto the back of Corey McGreevy. Oh, we've got another red flag here. Another red flag. Mark Conlon looked like he was about to go back out there, but unfortunately, that's that qualifying session over with then. Corey shaking his head there. Graham Irwin looking behind him, wondering what is going on. I think we're all wondering the same. William Donnelly just seeing the red flag there now. So Supersport Cup riders in the holding area already. We'll update you as best we can. And we'll keep a wee listen out and we'll just let you know when we can restart then. We can continue on with qualifying sessions, but it will be the Supersport Cup class then. If you can make yourselves ready. Okay, guys, so that Supersport Pro qualifying session has been abandoned. So where you stand is where you start. So Super Sport Cup machines going out on track now then. So hopefully you are all in the hold now, ready to go. We're just finishing off here. And they're going to close the gate and we'll be on track here within a few seconds. So that's the Super Sport Cup. So that's the pro qualifying session has been abandoned. So any pro riders on the hold now, you can make your way back to your garage if you're feeling posh, or your van. So just have the recovery vehicle on track at the minute. And they're letting a few more spectators. They're absolutely flooding in here today. Great to see. And I'm sure the bottom half of the track will be packed. You can see all the motorhomes, caravans and the tents down there. People braving the tents. Fair play. So that's the recovery vehicle just making their way around Fisherman's. And shouldn't be much longer. The Super Sport Cup machines, please. You can have yourselves ready. Okay, guys, they're just moving an ambulance about the circuit here, moving to a different position. The gates will be closing here then across the track. And we'll get things up and going. Don't forget, we're streaming this live on YouTube. So tune in, subscribe, like, and share. And a big shout out. We'll have the live chat as well. So engage with that. Shout out to Ryan Whitehall, WR Racing. Don't see him here this weekend. I haven't checked his socials lately, but it'd be good to see him. It's not so good if even his team doesn't know where he is. So it looks like we're ready to go. They're just doing a final lap of the track. We'll see Graham McAleese down below us here, unfortunately. Having issues with that McKillop motorcycle racing ER 650 machine. So here we go. That van just pulling in below us here. Have another shout out, please, to Brett McCallan. So Brett, he's listening in, he's watching in hospital. So all the best to Brett, and hoping you get well soon after your wee spill on Saturday. I say wee spill, I want to try and make it sound better than what it actually is for you. So all the best, Brett, and get well soon. So there we go then, the Supersport Cup machines out on track. And they're going to be starting their qualifying sessions. big field of cup riders here today. And no doubt they will fill the pack of the Super Sport Pro riders as well. They'll be lining up on the grid. So here we go then at the hairpin. I think that was maybe Martin, one of the first machines out on track. More bikes heading out. Scott Clements then. Scott was having handling issues there at Bishop's Court, especially on Saturday. He was dubbed Shaky Clements as he made his way, powering the back end of that machine, just dancing about a wee bit. So here we go, Rob McCauley, Jordan Larkin, Ross Martin then, third machine out, Christian Boyles. Jack Cadwell, Simon McCullough, Jack Mears, then we have Larkin, Graham, Alan Mears, O'Grady, Lewis Crompton in 12th, Aaron McCann, William Young. Again, William had an awful lot of work to do yesterday here at Kirkistown as he was colouring in his R6 Yamaha. A few scrapes on the tank and fixing them ferns. So down into the hairpin then. Scott Clements looks like he's leading that pack. Good opportunity for him as they come on to start and finish straight. It was Ross Martin then. He was a few bikes back, but he's got a clear road ahead of him now. So at the minute, Ross Martin is fastest on track with a 107.2. Christian Boyles in second, 108.1. And then Jordan Larkin with a 108.5. Rob McCauley fourth, Jack Cadwell fifth, Simon McCullough sixth. Alan Mears seventh, Gareth Dunlop in eighth. Andy Farrell out for a play today again in ninth. So heading back up behind the cafe. At Machina, Scott Clements just looking a wee bit more stable today. But of course, it's his first time back out on track, so once they get it back up the pace, there doesn't seem to be much wrong with the pace of Ross Martin as he crosses the line. 105.1, Christian Boyles a 105.6, Jordan Larkin a 105.9. Very, very close already up at the top. Robert Woodell in fourth at 106.2, Rob McCauley fifth at 106.5, Jack Cadwell in sixth at 108.1. So a call for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines, please, to the holding area. That's the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area. Stuart McCann on the Triumph, away through the number 23 machine, currently in 15th. A 112.8 for McCann. Jamie Dixon jumps up to 9th, a 108.7 for Dixon. Joey Hennessy in there as well, up into 17th. A 112.4 for Hennessy. So again, another call please for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area. That's the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. Scott Clements away across the line. Jack Cadwell in. Where does Clements slot into? 12th place there, a 110.1 for Clements. Alan Mears up into 6th place now, a 106.7 as he crosses the line. Alex O'Grady up into 9th, a 107.9. Lewis Crompton across the line then goes way up into 13th place. He wasn't on the screens there, but he's jumped up to 13th, a 110.1. Just behind Scott Clements then as the tussle for position heading into debtors here. Robert Waddell across the line. Fourth, still a 106.080. His last time a 106.488. There's Larkin. Larkin slight. Doesn't better that time, but Rob McCauley across the line goes fastest. A 104.719. Ross Martin a 105.181. We'll keep an eye. Ross Martin across the line. See what he can do. Evan Larkin across the line then. 11th there so far for Evan Larkin, a 108.8. Lewis Crompton then up into 12th place. Lewis Crompton down into the 109s now for Crompton. 109.4. Andy Farrell. We're looking for Ross Martin here to see if he can better that time. Evan Joey Hennessy away across the line, still in that 12th place. Robert Waddell goes fastest then. So Robert Waddell a 104.6. Nearly 7 minutes gone of this practice session. There's Larkin. Stays where he is there in that 5th place, but Waddell fastest so far a 104.699. Ross Martin, the last lap, was his fastest, a 104.8. Number 44, Crompton across the line again. Up into 11th place now for Lewis Crompton. Another second off, a 108.6. Andy Farrell then. Where does Andy Farrell slot in? Don't see him there in the timing screen. Joey Hennessy up into 11th now, 108.2. Another call, please, for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area. Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. That looked like Ross Quinn, was it? Maybe just having a wee bit of a moment across the line there. So there's Alan Mayers across the line now, fastest, a 104.6. So Alan Mayers going well on the Suzuki, 104.6. Robert Waddell in second, a 104.699. Rob McCauley in third, a 104.7. Ross Martin is in fourth, a 104.8. Christian Boyle's fifth, a 105.6. Simon McCullough in sixth, a 105.8. Alex O'Grady seventh with a 105.8. Jordan Larkin in 8th with a 105.9. Jack Cadwell in 9th, a 106.2. So again, very close there, even down to 10th place. Stephen Love, a 107.7. Stephen Love very sharp off the line all weekend. So again, a lot of traffic going past us here. Nathan Mellon down there, 19th, the 110.4. So the times aren't that far away from each other here. As they power their way up. Past the pit lane cafe behind us here. And the fields of yellow. Another call then, please, for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines. Ross Martin, fastest again there by nearly a second. 103.8 for Ross Martin. Alan Mayers in second with a 104.6. So a great run there for Ross Martin. Rob McCauley then up into second place. Alan Mayers demoted to third. Oh, Kristen Boyle's just across the line again, just held up that wee bit. A 105.6 in 5th place. Jordan Larkin now in 8th place, a 105.9, but the times are so close. That was a fantastic lap there for Ross Martin. Evan Larkin then. Up into 12th goes Evan. Started just dropping down a wee bit as everyone was finding their pace. A 107.3 that time for Larkin. Lewis Crompton back up into 11th place then. A 106.6 for Lewis Crompton that time, compared to his times earlier, 110. So Lewis starting to get the head down. 1 minute left of this practice session. That's 1 minute left of this practice session. So the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines, please make your way to the holding area. Oh, a bit of a squeeze there through Deaders. Here's Larkin. Jordan Larkin. He's not able to better that time, a 105.9. Still consistent, still floating about the same time there, but he needs to at least get into the 104s. So the checkered flag just being ready, guys, of the pre-injection machines and the Superbike Cup. Can you please make your way to the holding area? So there you go then. The checkered flag is out in this practice session. Larkin still pushing there, still getting tucked in behind that screen. One last chance then. He's got a wee bit of a clear road ahead of him. So this is going to be a last minute push here for Jordan. Scott Clements across the line. Oh, Jordan just held up there at the last. So he wouldn't have bettered his time. That was a 106 that time round. So he stays in that 8th place at the minute. So it looks like it's going to be Ross Martin then who will line up in pole. So Ross Martin on pole with a 103.6. Robert Waddell in second, a 104.1. Rob McCauley in third, a 104.1. Christian Boyles in fourth, a 104.1. So close at the top. Alan Mayers in the 104s as well, 104.6 in fifth. And then we'll have Simon McCullough in sixth, a 105.2. O'Grady in seventh, a 105.6. Jordan Larkin unlucky on that last lap in 8th place, a 105.9. Cadwell 9th with a 106.2. Stephen Love in 10th with 106.3. Jimmy Dixon then in 11th place, a 106.5. Lewis Crompton, good run there for Lewis in 12th place, a 106.6. Evan Larkin in 13th, a 106.9. James Porter in 14th, a 106.3. Gary Jordan, good to see Gary here. He wasn't able to go out on Friday or Saturday. So Gary Jordan in 15th, a 107.8. Joy Hennessy 16th, a 107.8. Ross Quinn 17th, a 108.1. Aaron McCann in 18th, a 108.1. Scott Clements 19th, a 108.7. And Liam Concannon in 12th or 20th with a 109.4. So Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines, please, to the holding area. Yous will be out on track here very, very shortly. So we're all ready to go here, guys. If you want to get yourselves ready, tire warmers off. These are being called down now. The green flag will be waved. So there we go then. The bikes are now out on track. And dare I say it, the sun is looking to come through. Clouds breaking a wee bit here above us. Corn Smith there, number 13 machine. Remy Clark. You can see Lewis Britton just sorting himself out there. Few machines still coming out of the garages. The pit lane limiter there of Lewis Britton. So the marshal's still working away there, doing a fantastic job as usual. So the machine's just making their way back down towards us here from the hairpin. Out on the start and finish straight. Connor McDonald, first machine out on track. Ronan Cosgrave, Alexander Rowan on the McKillop motorcycle racing machine. Third machine out there. Again, just jostling for position through Deaders. Vincent Long, John Byrne, Keith Richardson, Keir Armstrong, Jonathan Gregory, Darrell Lawson, Damien Carson, Jake Crean, Liam Concannon, David Creeth, Remy Clark, Alan Armstrong, Corn Smith, Johnny Irwin, Paul Demain. There's Lewis Britton away through. So down the back straight then. See the huge power difference, the huge speed difference of these Superbikes compared to the Pre and Jackson machines. Again, the Pre and Jackson machines might be a wee bit easier handled in these conditions than the Superbike would. Of course, the Superbikes, they have a lot of electronics helping them out, but at the same time, it's all in that right hand. Just still have to balance the power. The electronics can't do everything for you. Remy Clark then across the line. Remy was having issues on Saturday. Don't think he went out in the last race. So that's Lewis Britton with a big wheelie. It's hard to keep the front end down in these Superbikes. It doesn't look like it, but there's a rise there just as they cross the line. And even in fourth or fifth gear, the front end just tends to want to throw you up in the air. The bike's just looking to go vertical all the time. Through the chicane. Remy Clark with the orange bib. A lot of newcomers this season. Paul Demain then had a good run as well. It's a good weekend so far for Paul Demain. So Alex Duncan then getting some lap times on the board. So Alex Duncan fastest there with a 106.4. Damien Carson a 107.2. Connor McDonald in third. Of course, Connor fastest of the Pre and Jackson machines a 107.3. Jonathan Gregory second fastest of the Pre and Jackson a 107.4. And Alexander Rowan in third with a 107.6. There's Connor McDonald then. Lap times just keep coming down here. as they get used to these conditions. Alex Duncan in the Superbike Cup class, fastest. Second fastest is Damien Carson, should I say. Third fastest, Lawrence Britton. So another huge field out here today. Lawrence Britton just getting tucked in. First year out in that ZX10. And he's fairly getting the hang of it now. Damien Carson then across the line, goes fastest in the Superbike Cup class. Lawrence Britton up into second place now. Carson at 104.4. Lawrence Britton at 106.4. Conor McDonald fastest now in the pre-injection machines at 106.5. Second, Jonathan Gregory at 106.5. Alexander Rowan third at 106.6. Fourth place then in the Superbike Cup is Tom Nicol at 106.8. Fifth place, Tom Oliver at 107.7. Sixth place is Remy Clark on the ZX10 machine at 108.5. Keith Richardson in seventh at 109.7. Eighth place then, Alan Armstrong in the Superbike Cup at 111.0. Oh, Tom, who was that? That was Remy Clark, was it? Jumping up the time screens there, still sitting at fifth in the Superbike Cup. Alan Armstrong up into seventh in the Superbike Cup, 15th fastest on the road. Pre-injection machines then, David Creeth fastest from Alexander Rowan down. Conor McDonald third, Jonathan Gregory demoted to fourth place. Paul Demain up into fifth. Tom Nicol just starting to climb there, eighth fastest in the road, but fourth of the Superbikes. Alexander Rowan across the line. So Alexander Rowan goes fastest in the pre-injection machines at 105.7. Nearly matching Lawrence Britton's time on the Superbike. Damien Carson, that Yamaha just thundering down below us here. Across the line with the fastest lap once again. A 104.300. Lawrence Britton a 105.502. Still a wee bit of work to do for Britton. Keith Richardson now up into 7th place in the Ulster the Superbike Cup Championship. 13th on the road. And Johnny Irwin away through. So Johnny Irwin currently, where did he slot into there? 6th. So he's 6th pre-injection machine then. Call for the Superbike Pro machines, please, to the holding area. That's 8 minutes gone of this 12-minute qualifying session. So that's the Superbike Pro to the holding area. Corn Smith just shaking his head there a wee bit as he comes down below us here and tucks in through Deaders. Whether he looks comfortable on that machine, I don't know, but he was looking behind him then on the exit to Deaders. So across the line then, Jonathan Gregory. 5th so far on the pre-injection. So with a quick change here, Paul Demain now fastest in the pre-injection machines. So Paul Demain putting out the fastest time at 105.0 with the pre-injections. David Creeth up into 2nd place at 105.0. Alexander Rowan still 3rd. Alex Duncan across the line, Superbike Cup fastest at 103.5. Damien Carson down to 2nd place at 104.2. 3rd place, Lawrence Britton at 104.7. Remy Clark still holding on to that 5th place in the Superbike Cup. 11th on the road. Tom Nicol up into 8th on the road. 4th Superbike Cup machine. Again, these will more than likely be split grids later on. Damien Carson on the Yamaha away past us again, posting a time of 103.3. Good enough for fastest so far. Again, only a couple of minutes left of this practice session, so the Superbike Pro machines to the holding area, please. 2 minutes left of this session. Superbike Pro to the holding area. So Damien Carson then fastest so far in the cup class. Armstrong away through, just missing a gear there for Alan Armstrong. Keir Armstrong now up into 17th, 9th of the Superbike Cup, just in behind Alan Armstrong. Tom Oliver 6th so far in the cup class. Conor McDonald fastest in the pre-injection then. Paul Demain demoted to second with a 104.7. Conor McDonald a 104.6. Very, very close there for the pre-injection machines. Lors Britton still holding in there with a Superbike Cup class. So it looks Damien Carson, fastest Superbikes 103.3. Alex Duncan in second at 103.5. Oh, Paul Demain across the line. Fastest again, the pre-injection at 104.4. Conor McDonald second at 104.6. David Creeth in third then. Alex Duncan just across the line, and he posts the fastest lap for the Superbike Cup class. David Creeth third in the pre-injection class at 105.0. Fourth is Alexander Rowan at 105.1. Fifth then is Johnny Irwin with a 106.3. Jonathan Gregory in sixth. Jonathan Gregory with a 106.3 in sixth place. Liam Concannon in seventh with 106.6. Vincent Long in eighth with a 107.8. So as they come back on the start and finish, there's Ramey Clark still pushing. Where does he slot in? Still holding on to that. He's up into fourth now, 105.3. Eighth on the road. Lors Britton away through as the checkered flag goes out. So Britton currently third fastest at 104.7. He may get another lap here. Don't know. It looked like he was slowing down there just as he crossed the line. So Britton, he will get another chance here at this. He just missed the checkered flag as he went through there. So at the minute, it's Alex Duncan that is fastest at 102.9 compared to Damien Carson's 103.1. That's for the Ulster Superbike Cup Championship. Paul Demain across the line there. Fastest so far. I'm not sure whether David Creeth can do anything about a 104.3 of Demain. So again, another call for the Superbike Pro machines, please, to the holding area. That's the Superbike Pro machines to the holding area. So as the pull in here, hopefully the Superbike Pro machines will be in the holding area, but Alex Duncan then will be fastest in the Cup class at 102.9. Damien Carson second at 103.1. Third place, Lors Britton at 104.7. And they're just telling the marshals just to have a wee sweep of the track before this next session. Fourth then, Ramey Clark at 105.3. Keith Richardson fifth at 105.9. Tom Nicol in sixth with a 106.2. Seventh place, Tom Oliver, 106.6. Keir Armstrong in eighth. Alan Armstrong ninth. And 10th is Darrell Aston. Pre-injection machines in. Fastest was Paul Demain, followed by Conor McDonald. Paul Demain, lap time of 104.3. Conor McDonald, 104.6. Lors Britton, apologies, that's fifth on the road. So it's David Creeth then is third at 105.0. Fourth then, Alexander Rowan at 105.1. Again, real good close times there at the top. Fifth place, Johnny Irwin. Jonathan Gregory in sixth. Liam Concannon in 7th. Vincent Long in 8th. 9th was Ronan Cosgrave. And 10th is Jack Crean. So very little superbikes here in the holding area. So if you can hear up at the guards there, I know sometimes it is difficult to hear the PA system, but the Superbike Pro machines will be going out here any second now. So just to let you all know, there will be a slight delay here. There is oil on the track. So the marshals are working very hard here to get that swept up. Shouldn't take too long, but we'll keep you updated, and I'll keep the radio in my ear if we have any updates. We'll be soon to let you know, but there is oil at certain parts of the track, and I'll let you know where the oil is once I find out. But they're going to be doing a wee sweep here, and hopefully it will not be too much longer. Attention paddock, could we have Francie? Could we have Francie return to the sweeper? So that's Francie. Can you please make your way to the sweeper? We need your assistance. Right, guys, no update as yet on the condition of the circuit, but they are letting a lot of spectators. The track, the inside is absolutely ram-packed here. Great to see, great for the club, and great for our sport. And don't forget, guys, we are streaming live on Comedy Corner 72 YouTube page, or YouTube channel. You'll find the link on our Facebook pages. Just to give a wee teaser of what's actually going on, and hopefully it'll draw people to the sport and keep them updated on what's going on. So Superbike Pros up next then. Still doing a wee bit of work in and around the track. Go ahead. There's not an awful lot of room, mate. They would have to go towards down the very, very bottom near Colonials 1 and 2. Well, the runway down between the chicane and Colonials, there's still a wee bit of room there. They can park either side if it's not too mossy. So just chatting to the Clerk, of course, there, struggling to get people parked. Of course, that's not. We're just trying to get the track swept here still, but it's a good problem to have whenever you run out of space for spectators to park. So don't forget, on our YouTube channel, you can. There's a live chat, so we can have a wee bit of crack on there. A few shout outs then. Marty OB. Shout out to Andy Chapman. And you've been told to stay off the Guinness today. Hopefully he'll not struggle too much with that. So they're still working away here on the track. And if I hear anything, I will soon to let you know. But if the Superbikes can get themselves ready anyway. So we can. He's just sucking the oil up at the minute. I'm not sure if it's on the race line or not, but we'll soon let you know. But if you can get yourselves ready anyway, and we can get the qualifying session underway hopefully pretty soon. Okay, folks, no real update just yet. The sweeper is making its way towards Fisherman's. I think the sweeper's done more miles than anyone else this weekend. It's been a miserable Easter weekend here for everybody. But we're definitely getting our money's worth out of this sweeper. So hopefully the Clerk course is the way out as well, just to inspect. So hopefully we'll hear something soon, and we'll be sure to let you all know. So just an update, guys. We're looking at a 30-minute delay. So a 30-minute delay for now, and we will update as we go on. But for at the minute, it's looking like a 30-minute delay. But please don't be going too far, just in case. Yeah, so it's a 30-minute delay for now, and as we go on, as I say, I will update you. Just another reminder, guys, entry forms for the 21st of June. That's here at Kirkistown for the Hillsborough Club and the Mid-Antrim Club. You'll find them in garages 9 and 10. So if you see Val, and get a few entry forms off her if needs be. And that's for the 21st of June. But just while it's quiet here, guys, I gave it a call earlier, but there was a chest protector found at Bishop's Court. A chest protector and a knee slider was found at Bishop's Court. So if it belongs to yourself, please come up to the control tower and receive it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, nearly set to go here. If the remainder of the Superbikes, could you please make your way to the holding area? And if you're just joining us, see you spectators flocking in thick and fast here at Kirkistown, welcome to the third round of the Ulster Superbike Championship and round one of the Big Three series here for the B&D Club, brought to you by Charles Hurst Motorcycle Village, and the Ulster Superbike Championship sponsored by SBT Ireland. So we're hoping to get things moving here now. So I think all track personnel are just getting a call to return to their posts. So from what I'm aware for the riders here, the oil was down at Colonials through to Fisherman's and then the chicane through to the hairpin. So a good 80% of the track. So when you're out in your sighting lap, please keep an eye out for where the oil's been put down. The sweeper has done a fantastic job. The marshal's done a fantastic job. And it looks like it's good enough to ride on. Just check where it is. I'm not sure if it's on the racing line, but just keep your eyes peeled, please, while you're out there. So if we can have the Superbikes, please, to the holding area. That's the Superbikes, please, to the holding area for your qualifying session. another call, please, for all track personnel and all paramedics. Please make your way to your positions. That's all track personnel, all paramedics, etc. Please make your way to your positions. Okay, so the clerk of the course is heading out for his track inspection. If we can have all Superbike Pro machines, please make your way to the holding area. That's Superbike Pro machines to the holding area. And if you're just joining us here, welcome to Kirkistown for round 3 of the Ulster Superbike Championship and the first round of the Big 3 series for the Belfast and District Motorcycle Club Championship. And that's brought to you by Charles Hurst Motorcycles. So Superbikes will be going up next. It has dried. The track looks pretty dry from where I'm standing. Now the sweeper has been out and it's been lifting a bit of oil around the track. So between Colonials, Fisherman's, the chicane and a wee bit at the hairpin there. So just keep a wee eye out on your sighting lap just to see where that is. But we're nearly ready to go. Everyone's making their way to their posts. And we'll get things fired up here very shortly. So Superbike Pro machines, make your way to the holding area, please. And this one is for the flag marshals. Remember, please wave your flags. The clerk of the course is doing a lap of the track, just to let them know that you're actually there. So the clerk of the course just coming back into the paddock now. So the remainder of the Superbikes, please make their way to the holding area. And we've been given the go-ahead then. So the track seems in good condition again. It has dried up brilliantly here. I seen earlier just during lunch there was a bit of a panic on there just to change tyres. So the Superbike's going out on track now. The tyre warmers are coming off. As I say, a panic getting tyres changed. Looking at trying to see what Derek Shields has on there. I know Johnny Campbell is running an intermediate front and a slick rear. So there's the machines out on track now. You hear the traction control of Derek Shields' BMW just kicking in as he hits the puddle on the way out of pit lane. Daniel Mass's way out. Nicky Burns just behind Corey McGreevy. Marty Lennon then. That looks like new rubber in the front of Lennon's machine, and the sticker's still on it. Johnny Campbell away out on the BMW then. Aaron Spence, Ross Irwin. They're all just appearing from their pit lane garages here. Andy Reid on the JMC racing machine. Julian Trummer on the Lionheart Moto racing machine. The Austrian rider, great to see Julian Trummer here. Great to see a new team in the paddock in the shape of Lionheart Racing. There's a fantastic story behind that as well. Mark Hewitt new machinery this season for Mark again. So Derek Shields is across the line then, followed by Rossi Dobson, Daniel Matheson. Derek Shields with a good gap in front and behind him. Marty Lennon across the line. Darrell Anderson's out there too. Nicky Burns. That's Gary McCoy across the line. He's going to want to continue his results that he had at the beginning of the season. He didn't have much luck there at Bishop's Court. Again with the BMW. Johnny Campbell not having much luck with his BMW either. He was saying he was having issues with wheel speed sensors and all sorts. Julian Trummer across the line then, the number 91 machine. Keep an eye on Trummer. Flew in last week from Austria. Oh, Corey McGreevy just cutting out in front of Mark Hewitt there. Mark had to sit up, but now he's got something to chase in the shape of McGreevy. McGreevy pumping in at 58 seconds already there. Daniel Matheson second fastest, 1 minute. Marty Lennon, that's a good run there. Marty Lennon down to minutes already as well. So the track must be in all right condition. There's Johnny Campbell in once again with that BMW. He's having a bit of a headache there with that machine. There's teething problems. That was one of Tyco BMW's machine. So Ryan Gibson then fastest so far. That was Andrew Smith the way through. Again, Ryan Gibson's sort of struggling this weekend as well. Just can't seem to get his head round it fully. And of course the weather conditions don't help either. That's the number 8 away through there. Marty Lennon again, chased by Gary McCoy and Nicky Burns on the Suzuki. Ross Irwin then, Corey McGreevy through. Corey McGreevy goes fastest again, a 56.3 for McGreevy. Carl Phillips in second, a 56.6. Ross Irwin third, a 57.7. Ryan Gibson then is in fourth, a 57.8. Gary McCoy fifth, a 57.9. Andy Reid first one into the 58s then. Derek Shields then just behind Andy Reid in 7th place. Julian Trummer just ahead of Corey McGreevy there on track. Corey's starting to drop back there, you see. So we'll not see an improvement in his lap time this lap round. Just dropping back. He wants a good clear road. And he wants to make sure he gets that pole position. Oh, Gary McCoy and Marty Lennon right out to the grass there, right out to the white line. So Gary McCoy goes 5th fastest. That's more like it here for McCoy, a 57.9. Marty Lennon following now. Where does Lennon slot in? Lennon down into 13th now for Marty Lennon, a 59.4. Johnny Campbell and his team desperately working away at the front of that machine at BMW. Andrew Smith the way through again. Newcomer to the Superbikes this season. Still getting the hang of that Yamaha. Well, the whole gaggle him head through the chicane now and head towards the hairpin. So Darrell Anderson now up into 17th place, 59.9 as well. Oh, Ross Irwin just trying to keep the front end of that Honda down. So Aaron Spence away through. That was Dean McMaster then putting a time on the board. Briefly 9th place, but it was quickly stolen by Jordan McCord. Up into 9th now, 57.7 for McCord. Right out to the white line. Derek Shields pushing hard in this lap, and it was hard enough. He goes fastest, a 55.8 compared to Carl Phillips in second, a 56.1. That's exactly what it needed. Corey McGreevy crosses the line, slightly slower that time for McGreevy, but it's Derek Shields who is fastest at the minute. Carl Phillips in second, Corey in third, Ross Irwin in fourth with 56.5, Andy Reid in fifth with a 56.9. Ryan Gibson down into sixth place now with a 57.2. Daniel Matheson just in behind in seventh at 57.3. Gibson just across the line there. Fifth place then at 56.9. Andy Reid then on the JMC racing machine. Andy Reid slots into sixth place at 56.9 for Andy. Johnny Campbell going back out again. Hopefully he's got that BMW sorted this time. Daniel Matheson just having to sit up there a wee bit. Julian Trummer in behind him. Julian Trummer currently in 20th position at 59.8. So they're all under the minute mark now. So competitive this class in the past couple of years. It's really came leaps and bounds. And it's drawn all sorts of competition here. Ryan Gibson then across the line from Aaron Spence, still in behind. Great run there for Darrell Anderson on the Yamaha number 8. Dean McMaster in 11th. So Derek Shields still fastest with 55.6. Carl Phillips in second. A call for the sidecars, please, if you can make your way to the holding area. That's the sidecar machines to the holding area. So Derek Shields just sitting up there. I think he feels like he's done enough. Daniel Matheson just touching the green line there. Corey McGreevy away through. Slower that time. Again, it's just a balance of trying to get a clear road. There's so many machines out on track at the minute. It's hard to get a good clear run. Carl Phillips is away through there with Ross Irwin just tucked in behind him. Carl Phillips second, Andy Reid up into third. Ross Irwin stays in that fourth position. Dean McMaster away through again, stays in that 11th at 57.8. Jordan McCord away through. Andy Reid third place at 56. That was a 58.5 that time round. Here's Derek Shields now. He's going to be starting a fast lap. Say a fast lap. Derek Shields, it looked like he was cruising there, and he still put in a 58. Rossi Dobson then ahead, just ahead of Mark Hewitt there. Mark Hewitt currently in 13th place with a 58.065 for Hewitt. Again, another call for the sidecars. Ryan Gibson not able to better that, still at 6th place. 7th, Aaron Spence in behind, and he's behind him on track as well. So again, another call for the sidecars, please, if you can get yourselves ready. 10 minutes gone of this qualifying session, 2 minutes to go, and we'll see the checkered flag. Shields away through again, slower that time at 59.7. Corey McGreevy at 55.672. Derek Shields. Corey McGreevy goes fastest as he crosses the line at 55.612 compared to Derek Shields' time, who's been demoted to second place at 55.646. Carl Phillips at 55.973. Andy Reid, first of the 56s. 56.089 for Andy Reid. Gibson, Spence all across the line then. Andy Smith just coming out of pit lane there, the number 6, the Parker Transport Yamaha. Lovely machine, again, new machinery for Andy Smith this season. Just looking down to see if we can see Johnny Campbell. Not in the timing screens here at the minute. He might have pulled in there. Someone's pulled in at the top half of the pit lane. But Corey McGreevy still fastest at 55.348 that time. Andy Reid up into second, a 55.596. Derek Shields third, a 55.6. Julian Trummer that time round was a 108 compared to his best time, a 59.434. Again, only a second time out on that machine this season. Here we go, Andy Reid then across the line, followed by Darrell Anderson. Gary McCoy going back out for one last stint. Derek Shields then. Derek Shields still in the 58s. There's a few riders now hitting the 58s. So there is the checkered flag out now. If the sidecar machines, please make your way to your holding area. Here's Johnny Campbell then. Oh, across the line. Johnny Campbell goes 7th at the minute of 56.7. Johnny Campbell, reigning Ulster Superbike champion, currently in 7th place. We'll just wait Daniel Matheson then. There's Andy Reid. Well, depends here what Daniel Matheson can do then. Andrew Smith closely followed by Derek Shields across the line there. Derek's not able to better his time either. So it does. It looks like then it's going to be Corey McGreevy. So Corey McGreevy on pole with a 55.34. Andy Reid in second with 55.59. Derek Shields in third with a 55.6. Carl Phillips fourth with a 55.9. Ross Irwin in fifth with a 56.2. So tight there at the top. Aaron Spence sixth with a 56.4. Johnny Campbell seventh and only getting 5 laps in there out of a possible 12. So having issues with that BM. Seventh then with a 56.7. Daniel Matheson in 8th with 56.7. Rand Gibson 9th with 56.7. And Dean McMaster in 10th with 57.1. Gary McCoy in 11th with 57.4. Jordan McCord 12th, 57.7. Rossi Dobson 13th with a 57.7. Mark Hewitt 14th with a 57.9. Andrew Smith 15th with 58.0. Marty Lennon 16th with 58.7. Darrell Anderson 17th with 59.007. Jamie Johnson 18th with 59.3. Alan Kenny in 19th of 59.4, and Julian Trummer in 20th of 59.4. Oh. So that's the sidecar machines then. Will be coming into view very shortly. So just a call for our lucky dip winners for this weekend. The winner of Kirkistown Track Day voucher is number 31. That's Damien Carson from the Superbike Cup. And we have 50 quid then. The winner of the £50 cash donated by Cloud9 is number 23, Stuart McCann from the Super Twins. And the 50 quid cash donated by Pit Lane Cafe goes to number 156, Jordan Larkin. So Jordan Larkin is the winner of that. We'll call him out as the day goes on. So sidecars out on track then. Philip Newton and James Evan. The number 19 outfit. Mick Donovan and Max Pfizer. And Scobie Clock along with Simon Meathen. So Donovan crossed the line then. O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer's not hanging about already here, as he makes short work there of Scobie Clock into Deaders. And that's the Shepley outfit there, away through. So John Shepley and Dermot McRoman as they make their way again through the chicane. Here's O'Dwyer then. Putting times on the board, a 1:11.8 for O'Dwyer and Mark Gash. Baker outfit in second with Parkins a 1:13.4. John Holden and Phil Napton just missed out there on Saturday with their race win. McDonovan, Max Pfizer up into second fastest at the minute. Wait for John Holden coming through. That was Scobie Clock away through. I think Holden just dropping down a wee bit. You can hear him sliding, coming on the start and finish straight again. So John Holden in the Carl Cox Motorsports outfit. So he goes second fastest the minute at 1:08.2. O'Dwyer's outfit a 1:07.1. Baker and Parkin in third. Willis in fourth, Donovan fifth, Clark in sixth, Shapley seventh, Clock in eighth, Newton ninth, McDermott in 10th, Monaghan then in 11th. So 1:04.2. See Baker down into third. O'Donovan then fourth. Scobie Clock across the line. Currently in 7th place. A 1:14.7 that time round. Willis went through there slightly slower. That lap a 1:13.1 compared to his best 1:12.1. A call then please for the lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300 and Classic GP machines to the holding area. That's the lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300 and Classic GP machines to the holding area. So they're all bunching up then at the hairpin. Just trying to work themselves through here. So just here in their outfit number 17, that's Cartwright. So Cartwright just stopped at the side of the track. Might get going again. There's been a couple that have stopped already around the track and making a few adjustments. So out on to the start and finish. This is Holden on the Carl Cox Motorsport machine. Still that second place. O'Dwyer and Mark Gash still fastest. A 1:04.237 now. John Holden and Napton in second place. A 1:07.4. There's Clark now up into third place for Paul Clark and Stephen Daly. A 1:08.56. A 1:08.356, apologies. Donovan and Pfizer. Then number 19, they pulled over earlier on as well. Making some adjustments, but it seemed to have worked because they're currently in third place, a 1:08.3. Donovan and Pfizer It was Paul Clark and Stephen, but Donovan O'Pfizer 108.9. So times are pretty close there at the top. Hopefully it'll make for good racing later on. Tony Baker, Connor Parkin a 109.5 in 5th place. Oh, I spoke too soon. They've just jumped up into 3rd place now, a 108.2. And Holden again still pushing hard, a 106.3. Still not good enough. O'Dwyer still fastest with 104.2. So Holden with a lot of work to do here. So just hearing there that Donovan and Pfizer have actually retired in the pit lane. So maybe reoccurring issues with that outfit. Again, another call please for the lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300 and Classic GP machines to the Holden area. So the whole gaggle of them here making their way through the chicane. And Holden is at the back of that group, just making his way through past the newcomers. And again, we'll just keep a wee eye on O'Dwyer. That's all he has to do now. He's slowed up at 106 the last time compared to his best at 104.2. There's Holden across the line. That's the number 72 of McDermott away through. And the number 69 away through of Willis and Harn. O'Dwyer across the line then, still a 106. John Holden then, and Phil Napton still in 2nd place there with 106.3. Mick Donovan, Max Pfizer, they pulled into the paddock. Paul Clark in that 4th place with Stephen Daly. Then we have the Baker outfit and Parkin in 5th. Willis 6th. Scobie Clark in 7th. So Scobie and Simon Mathan there in 7th place at the minute. Shapley 8th, Newton 9th, McDermott in 10th, Monaghan 11th, Cartwright 12th. Just don't know. I don't think Cartwright has got going again. And the Brady brothers, they might have retired as well. The number 96 outfit, Declan Brady and Carl Brady. So again, another call please for the lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300 and the Classic GPs to the Holden area please. Coming up to 10 minutes gone of this qualifying session. So we have 2 minutes left. If the lightweight machines could please make their way to the Holden area. So still O'Dwyer and Gash fastest a 104.237. John Holden and Philip Napton a 104 that time for John Holden. So a 104.674 compared to O'Dwyer's a 104.237. So starting to push now. Here's Holden again. Holden goes fastest. So John Holden and Phil Napton fastest here so far. So O'Dwyer really has to get the hammer down again. He slowed up the past couple of laps. 106s compared to 104. So someone's going to have to let him know. Get the hammer down, O'Dwyer. So Holden fastest, a 104 dead. With O'Dwyer second, a 104.237. Donovan third, a 105.8. Paul Clark. Paul Clark and Stephen Daly in 4th. Baker outfit in 5th, a 107.976. Clark a 107.923. Tony Willis and Ian Harn in 6th place, a 111.2. Well, here comes Holden again. Can he better that time again? He's pushing hard out of the hairpin. Oh, 105 and a half that time, 105.544. I just see there A black flag going out then for the number 19 by the looks of it. So the number 19, that's the Donovan outfit, unfortunately. And the black flag have shown. So another call then, please, for the lightweight machines to the holding area. There's coming up to 12 minutes to go now. The checkered flag will be flown in this qualifying session. So the lightweight machines for their 8-lap race. So checkered flag then. Being readied for this one. As Holden exits the chicane. One last chance then. But it looks like he's going to get this over O'Dwyer. That's a 103 now for Holden, 103.9. O'Dwyer 104.2. So only carrying out 6 laps there, O'Dwyer. So he might have needed just to go back out again. But there we go. The checkered flag for Holden. Philip Napton then. So it looks like John Holden is going to get pole in this one then. I think Donovan, the number 19, did pull into the paddock. Just looking about, I think Holden was actually the only outfit left on track. I can't see or hear. Oh, there's another. I think there's 2 outfits then. But the 2 of them through the checkered flag. So Holden then fastest with a 103.9. Darren O'Dwyer, Mark Gash in second with a 104.2. Donovan and Pfizer, they were black flagged from that one. Maybe something hanging off the outfit. Of course, safety is paramount. So 3rd place for them, a 105.8. Baker outfit in 4th, a 107.4. Clark then in 5th with Stephen Daly, a 107.9. Tony Willis and Ian Harn in 6th with 111.2. Scobie there in 7th. Then we have Shapley in 8th. Newton 9th. McDermott in 10th. Monaghan in 11th. Cartwright in 12th. And unfortunately, Brady's, they didn't get a qualifying time in there, but I'm sure if they are here, they'll be able to get out at the back of the grid. Oh, thank you. And just a reminder, please, no under 18s allowed on pit wall. So no under 18s allowed on pit wall. Yeah, just a reminder, please, no under 18s allowed on the pit wall. If you want a good view, the bar's open. Money joking. So the lightweight machines warming up now on the grid. They'll be going out very soon. Moto 3's lined up behind them. And that will be followed by the big 3 Series President Cup Super Twins and Production Twins. So if you want to start thinking about getting yourselves ready, yours will be the second race in the program here. So the all clear has been given. Just a few cars to then make their way into the paddock and out of the paddock. Hopefully going to a better vantage point. But if you're just joining us here, guys, welcome to Kirkistown for round 3 of the Ulster Superbike Championship and the first round of the B&D Club Big 3 Series Championship. That's brought to you by the Charleshurst Motorcycle Village. SBT Ireland sponsors the Ulster Superbike Championship. So again, 1 warm-up lap and 8 lap races here for these lightweight machines. Reuben Sherman boy just clearing the plugs of that wee 400 machine. So the fresh 400 machines. So in the lightweight super sport, Reuben Sherman Boyd was fastest from Rory Creeth and Alan Mears. Aidan Cleary in 4th, Martin Halford 5th, Mark Shields in 6th, 7th was Ivan Bolt and Adam Shields in 8th then. In the Moto 3s, it was Alexander Rowan. From Buster Sherman Boyd, Nigel Moore in 3rd, Matt Davison, Darren Duncan, Robert O'Neill in 6th, Ciara Cahoon 7th, Johnny Parker in 8th. Bailey Dobson then heads up the Supersport 300 machines. Bailey Dobson, Reese Gates in 2nd, Max Wardy in 3rd, Mantis Sugdenis in 4th, Owen Everard in 5th, and Marley Brown in 6th. So the machine's just carrying out their warm-up lap again. 1 warm-up lap and 8 lap races. 2 lap races, that'll be a good one. So hopefully, if we can have the Super Twins, please, to the holding area. That's the Super Twins to the holding area, please. Super Twins and Production Twins for the Big 3 Series President Cup. We can get things moving here before the rain comes through again. Touch wood. That won't happen. But the weather radar not looking good for later on. So we can get as much racing through here as we can. So that's the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area, please. So at the minute, Ruben looks like he's on his own. Yes, Alan Myers just moves up there. So again, split grids for this one. Supersport machines going off first, followed by the Moto 3 machines. If it's anything like Bishop's Court, it won't belong to these. Moto 3 machines have caught back up to these Supersport machines. Alan Myers there just S forward. Maybe you think he's a Formula 2 car. But he can stay there anyway. He's been given the go-ahead, and they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Alan Myers with a great start there as they head down towards Dadders. But it looks like Ruben Sherman Boyd gets the whole shot now to the Moto 3 machines. And a long wait then, waiting for the lights. And away they go. Oh, Matt Davison with a cracker of a start there as he just cuts the nose off Nigel Moore and gets the whole shot into Dadders. So looking back at Fisherman's End, the machines are heading for the chicane. And it still looks like it is indeed Ruben Sherman Boyd from Alan Myers that is in second place. Ruben starting to pull a gap already on that ZX 400 machine. And that's Bailey Dobson, first of the Supersport 300 machines then. At the Moto 3 front, Matt Davison. It's Alexander Rowan, is it? It is indeed. Rowan's in the lead from Matt Davison, Nigel Moore. And then we have Buster Sherman Boyd. So there it is. So just looking, Ruben Sherman Boyd is indeed in the lead from Alan Myers. Billy Dobson leading the Supersport 300. He's third in the road. Martin Halford then fourth as they chase down the Supersport machines. So the lightweight machines then again breaking away. There's three of them there, completely broke away from the group. Two of them, apologies. So Bailey Dobson, remembers, on that Supersport 300 machine. And he's not shy at throwing it about that chicane. So Sherman Boyd still in the lead from Myers. Myers not letting him go. The lap, or the gap back, was 1.1 of a second. So look down behind the pit lane cafe here and the trackside bar and lounge. The Moto 3 machines making headway with the lightweight bikes. Ruben Sherman Boyd still in the lead. The gap is now 1.2 seconds. There's not an awful lot of a difference there. Bailey Dobson then second of the Supersport 300s as Reese Gates, followed by Owen Everard just in behind. Chris Gray on that 400 machines having issues this morning, still going round. Currently fourth in the lightweight Supersport. The Moto 3 machines going through then. So it's Alexander Owen in the lead from Matt Davison. Buster Sherman Boyd in third. Nigel Moore in fourth. Robert O'Neill in fifth. Owen Everard then third in the Supersport 300. That's Darren Duncan then sixth in the Moto 3, and Ciara Cahoon then in seventh. So as Ruben Sherman Boyd away through, Alan Myers still in that second. So the gap is up to 2.4 seconds now that time. So over a second faster than that lap. A 104 for Ruben Sherman Boyd. Alan Myers in second, a 105.7. Alexander Rowan posting the fastest lap that time round. So Alexander Rowan on the Moto 3 machine, posting the fastest lap. So the Moto 3 machine's going past us here. That's Kirkistown along with Darren Duncan. So Kier has got ahead of Darren Duncan now in 6th place. Ruben Sherman Boyd really starting to disappear now. Alan Mayer's just getting held up with slower riders. So how we look, Alexander Rowan then already through the chicane and making his way towards Bailey Dobson. So Bailey Dobson going to, he might try and get him on the brakes here. So another call please for the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. That's Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area please. Down the front straight, there it is. Alexander Rowan, Bailey Dobson just looking over his shoulder. Nothing you can do about the speed of that Moto 3 machine. So Bailey knows he's got his own race to contend with here. And for a young fella, he certainly does have his head on his shoulders with this one. Alexander Rowan. Ruben Sherman Boyd leading the Supersport 400s. Alan Mayers in 2nd. 3rd place then. Let's see, Martin Halford with a 1:10.5 lap time. 4th place is Chris Gray. So Chris Gray then followed by 5th place is Mark Shields and 6th Ivan Bolt. 3 laps to go then, less than 3 laps to go. So there's Alexander Rowan then across the line. Billy Dobson, leader of the Supersport 300s. 2nd place in the Supersport 300 is Reece Gates. 3rd is Owen Everard. 4th is Marley Brown. Max Wardy in 5th. And Mantis Dennis in 6th lane. So another call please for Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. That's Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. Fastest lap then and fastest on track and on the road. Leading now is Alexander Rowan, a 103.854. Ruben Sherman Boyd still leading the Supersport 400 class. A 103.952. Alexander Rowan across the line again. So the next time round they will be getting the last lap flag. So Super Twins and Production Twins, please make your way to the holding area. Matt Davison away through, up into 2nd now in the Moto 3 class. Buster Sherman Boyd down into 3rd. And Nigel Moore across the line then in 4th. So Martin Halford then still landing 3rd in the 400 Supersport class. Next up is Chris Gray. Supersport 300 then, it's still Bailey Dobson from Reece Gates and Owen Everard in 3rd. There we go, there's Ruben Sherman Boyd. So the last lap flag has now been flown. If you can make your way, please, Super Twins to the holding area. Super Twins and Production Twins. Alexander Rowan, lovely wee Moto 3 machine. Leading the way, dominating this Easter weekend. Mark Shields. There, we'll just keep an eye then on the Moto 3s. Ruben Sherman Boyd just behind us here, passing the pit lane cafe. Now hard on the brakes for the hairpin as he disappears behind the scrutineer's bay. Out on the start and finish straight then. Here he comes, touching the white line. Ruben Sherman Boyd takes the win in the lightweight super sport. Now and there's Alan Mayers, great second place, but here's Alexander Rowan then, winner of the Moto 3 class, dominated once again this weekend. And the number 26 machine away through there of Mark Shields. Here's Matt Davison. Fantastic run there for young Matt in second place. Buster Sherman Boyd away through there in third. Billy Dobson across the line then, winner of the Supersport 300 class. Followed by Rhys Gates, who just crossed the line. So a good gap there back to Rhys Gates. A good safe win once again for Billy Dobson. Owen Everard then across the line. Third place, last step of the podium for Owen Everard. So again then, great racing here. Always trying my best to keep up with all these different championships, but the winner of the Moto 3 class was Alexander Rowan, followed by Matt Davison in second place. Then Buster Sherman Boyd, and in fourth, Nigel Moore. Fifth place then was Ciara Cahoon, followed by Darren Duncan in sixth, and Robert O'Neill. So Ciara got the better of Darren Duncan on about lap 3 and just pulled and maintained that then. Good enough for fifth place. Robert O'Neill in seventh. Eighth place then was Johnny Parker. Supersport 400's Ruben Sherman Boyd taking the win from Alan Mayers. Third place was Martin Halford. Fourth place was Chris Gray. And then we'll have Mark Shields in fifth and Ivan Bolt in sixth. Supersport 300 then dominated, as he has done all weekend. Billy Dobson takes the win from second place, Rhys Gates. Third place, Owen Everard. Fourth was Marley Brown. Fifth, Max Wardy. Mantis Sugdennis in sixth. So Super Twins and Production Twins up next then, please. And we can get on with the racing. So this is the Big 3 Series, President Cup, Super Twins and Production Twins. So they'll be coming up next, going out on for their warm-up lap. So it's one warm-up and 10 lap races. One warm-up and 10 laps for these machines. So that's the klaxon going. The machines getting their tire warmers off. On pole then, Colin Irwin. Irwin on the RK by Burroughs Engineering Machine. Followed by Jeremy McWilliams in second place. Christian Elkin lines up in third. Dean McMaster in fourth. Marty Lennon lines up in fifth. Finnan Wardy in sixth. Lee Harris seventh. Harry McAleese eighth. First of the Production Twins then is Nicky Burns. He lines up in ninth place. Joe Yearsley in 10th. Hayden Clinton in 11th. Keelan Smith in 12th. Aidan Cleary 13th. Finn O'Connell 14th. Alex Duncan second to the production twins in 15th. Reece Coates on the BMW F900R in 16th. Mark Johnson in 17th. Matthew Watson in 18th. Kyle Martin, third of the production twins, lines up in 19th. And Noel Latimer in 20th place. So McWilliams first out in this weekend on the JMC racing machine. Irwin just taking up his pole position spot. See Chris Nelkin there. Dean McMaster just making sure he's in the right position. Marty Lennon. Finn and Wardy there. The bright yellow 111 on the front of his machine. Dean McMaster starting to get a wee bit impatient. See, the engines are overheating, the tires are getting cold. A shake of the head there from McWilliams. Yeah, there's a couple of machines just trying to figure it out here. That's the number 52 of Keelan Smith. Just in the front. Well, it does happen. McMaster's, there's, I think Dean McMaster maybe having an issue. No, he's good to go. Overheating, but he's told to watch the lights then. Oh, Keelan. Long old wait here. Oh, there we go. Chris Nelkin nearly flipping it on the line. But Irwin got away nice and clean. McWilliams on the outside and cuts the nose off Dean McMaster. That was a close one. Elke near flipped it on the line there. And it upset row 2. But they're away. And they're all making it round. Colonials 1, 2. Heading for Fisherman's then. I think I can see the orange glisten there of the leathers belonging to Irwin in the lead. McWilliams close in behind in second place. Looking away up the inside, is he? No, Irwin closes the door on him. Out of the chicane, onto the back straight then. It is Irwin, but look at the drive that McWilliams is able to get. He goes round the outside of Irwin. Dean McMaster there in third place. Coming out of the hairpin then. On the brakes as we peek through the windows of the comedy box here. It's still, oh, Irwin and McWilliams neck and neck as they look alongside each other. McWilliams gets the better of Irwin in the deaders. So McMaster in third, Marty Lennon fourth, Christian Elkin in fifth, Finn and Wardy and Lee Hara in seventh. Finn O'Connell, Chris Duncan, production twins then. Leading, Alex Duncan leading the production twins. Nicky Burns in second then. Third place is Kyle Martin of the production twins on his SV. So it's McWilliams in the lead into the chicane then. Irwin, then Dean McMaster. What a run there for Marty Lennon in fourth place. Down past the pit lane cafe they go then. Christian Elkin, the red mist is down for Elke. You can tell through the chicane by his body language there. He is not a happy chappy. McWilliams then coming on the start and finish straight. The number 99 machine starting to pull a gap now. The gap is open to 0.7 of a second. McWilliams' time of 59.7. Just hearing there, number 91 machine has retired at Colonials, unfortunately. As they all come through here, the leaders just tipping into Fisherman's now. Irwin looks like he might have clawed that wee bit of a gap back on McWilliams. So it was 0.7 across the line the last time round. You can see Elke now just starting to drop off the back of that group already. Marty Lennon closing down on Dean McMaster as the next group through the chicane. Great run there, Finnan Wardy. Kearney in 6th place leading that group, but here's McWilliams then. And Irwin 0.7 of a second. It is down to 0.6, and Irwin has posted the fastest lap of 59.3. Dean McMaster still holding on that 3rd place, but closely followed by Marty Lennon through Colonials. Closes right back up on Dean McMaster. Finnan Wardy just getting his whole body shifted across the bike there to try and get it pulled in tight into Deaders. Chicane then. McWilliams still from Irwin. But look at Marty Lennon. Marty Lennon has closed right up. He's within slipstream contention now of Dean McMaster. Is he going to make a move up into the chicane on the brakes? They're side by side. Marty Lennon just letting the brakes off that wee bit. It looks like he's made it up the inside, but has he been able to get it stopped? Darvent away through there. Moto 1 machines, please, to the holding area. That's Moto 1 machines to the holding area. So that gap's ever so slightly down once again. Irwin a 0.6. Fastest lap again for Irwin, a 59.0. So Marty Lennon got the better of Dean McMaster. He was able to get it stopped there at the hairpin. And slower riders coming into it now. But it didn't seem to upset the leaders any. As the tip back into the chicane, it's still Jeremy McWilliams. So Alex Duncan still leading the production twins, but only just from Nicky Burns, much like they were with the teammates. Marty Lennon now starting to pull away from Dean McMaster. Christian Elkin doesn't look like he's going to be able to do anything in this race. So the leaders coming out of the hairpin again. So close here between McWilliams. So 5 laps to go of this race. Look at Dean McMaster now. He's right on Marty Lennon once again. Darvent going through on the SV Suzuki. Through Colonials 1, Colonials 2. A flick to the left, short shift and heading towards Fisherman's. And then once again, just tipping in. So it looks like maybe they're starting to come up the slower riders again, but they've got them in the correct place, should have been saying. Down the back straight then the leaders go. So McWilliams, Irwin, Lennon, McMaster and Elke. So here come the leaders then once again. McWilliams across the line from Irwin. Marty Lennon. Oh, Dean McMaster had to sit up there a wee bit. That slowed him up, unfortunately. McWilliams posting the fastest lap now, a 58.8. Irwin a 59.062. So McWilliams starting to bite the screen through these slower riders, and it's definitely not slowing him up any. Oh, on the brakes, trying to get past them back markers as quickly as they can here. Production twins then. Great race further back. It is still Alex Duncan from Nicky Burns. So Duncan has now pulled a bit of a gap on Nicky Burns. It's up to 2 seconds now as the leaders head through. Behind us, the pit lane cafe. Marty Lennon. What a result this will be from Marty Lennon if he can hold on to that 3rd place. Another call, please, for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. Oh, so Jeremy McWilliams and Irwin are neck and neck now as they go through Deaders. Irwin moves over to the right-hand side. Is he going to try and make a move up the inside of McWilliams through Colonials? And he does. Does he? Can he pull it back in for Colonials too? Will he make it stick? Heading for the Fisherman's. It does look like it's Irwin now that is in the lead then. So Irwin coming out of Fisherman's, getting tucked right behind that bubble, trying to get the drive on nice and early. But wait till you just take a wee look. Watch McWilliams here. down the back straight, the speed of that 650 machine in the slipstream of the Aprilia, and just moves over. Oh, but he can't do anything about Irwin on the brakes here. So across the line, the Coatsy on the BMW. Young Kyle Martin, third place at the minute, but look at McWilliams in the slipstream, nearly wheel to wheel across the line. Up the inside at Deaders. That is a brave move, one of these machines. Irwin nearly touching the grass on the way out. Back into Colonial's in. It is still McWilliams. He's able to hold it. Can he get the drive out? Can he get past them slower riders before Fisherman's? Looking back then, Alex Duncan. We're waiting to see what can Duncan or Nicky Burns do. He just seems to be dropping back a wee bit too much now on the production twins, but first and second, we're having a great battle earlier on. It's still McWilliams at the front from Irwin, Marty Lennon and McMaster cutting through the slower riders. They might get caught up a wee bit here at the hairpin. So here we go then, Irwin still right on Jeremy McWilliams now. That's the last lap flag going. So the last lap flag is being flown here. If the Moto 1 machines could please make your way to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area, please. So having a look back then, Nicky Burns is getting tucked into that McKillop racing machine as much as he can. The leaders then, it looks like it's Irwin then. So it's Irwin back in front of this race on the last lap. Jeremy McWilliams trying to get the drive on nice and early on that JMC racing machine. But the Burrows engineered Aprilia seems to have the legs on McWilliams on the brakes. Into the hairpin to go then for the last time in this race. Is it going to be Irwin that emerges in the lead? It is indeed, but look at McWilliams right on him now. McWilliams moves over the left-hand side, across the line. It's McWilliams that steals it from Colin Irwin. Marty Lennon, what a result there for Marty Lennon in third. What a race, McWilliams just clinching it across the line and no more. We're having a look then at Alex Duncan. Christian Elkin will be raging with himself for that one. Nearly vertical off the line. So we'll keep an eye. That's Dar Vint then. The production twins. Finn and Wardy across the line in 6th place. And here, gaggle of riders coming here. And across the line, that was Lee Harra, Finn and O'Connell. But there's Alex Duncan across the line. Takes the win in the production twin class. We're waiting for Nicky Burns. There he is. So Nicky Burns, 2nd place for Nicky Burns. What a race that was. Never fails to surprise the Super Twins. Anything can happen. So there it is then. Jeremy McWilliams takes the win, but only just 0.045 of a second from Irwin in 2nd place. Marty Lennon in 3rd. Dean McMaster in. He was looking like he was safe in that 3rd place, but Lennon just chipped away at him and stole the last step of the podium. So Dean McMaster in 4th then. Christian Elkin in a slightly deflated 5th place there after that start. It was a long wait there before they left the grid. Finn and Wardy then in 6th. Lee Harris 7th. Finn and O'Connell in 8th. Alex Duncan, winner of the production twins, and Nicky Burns in 2nd. Hayden Clinton in 11th place then. Keelan Smith in 12th. Harry McAleese 13th. Mark Johnson 14th. Reese Coates in 15th. Kyle Martin 16th. And 3rd in the production twins. Matthew Watson 17th. Shane Doran in 18th. Noah Latimer 19th. And Stuart McCann rounds up the top 20. So Moto 1 machines, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. So there we go, guys. The klaxon has been sounded, and the Moto 1 machines will be going out on track now as the tire warmers get taken off. And ready for their 1 warm-up lap, an 8-lap race. So the machine's out on circuit now as Scott Clements just goes out for a lap. So the Moto 1 machines then qualifying the lineup in this order. Finn Stevens then on the Tanda 300 machine. He's lining up on pole, followed by Hubert Tomaszewski. The two of them were at it absolutely neck and neck at Bishop's Court only 2 days ago. Walsh in third, and we'll have Graham. Then we'll line up in fourth place. Ciara Cahoon in fifth, Harley Smith in sixth, and David Scott in seventh place. Mixture machines here. The Tanda 300 machine on pole, followed by the Yamaha 300. Then we'll have a Kawasaki, 2 more Tandas and 2 more Kawasaki's in behind. As again, they just try and figure out their grid positions. It can be difficult to see the wee yellow markings that have worn away over the years. Hubert Tomaszewski just signalling there to Walsh. Maybe just a wee bit far forward, but it doesn't matter because we're going to go. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Great start there from Stevens. Walsh just lifting the front end a wee bit. Just as he changes into second gear. He might have already been in second gear. A lot of these wee machines, they start in second or third. Over the years, I've seen you're better off probably in second gear when you're off the line. Wee bit sore on the bikes, but if you want to win races, I suppose this is what you have to do. At Fisherman's then, it's Stevens from Hubert Tomaszewski as they tip into the chicane. Again, just the one championship here. A wee bit easier to follow. Out of the chicane then. Stevens already pulling a gap on Hubert Tomaszewski. Ciara Cahoon then in third place. Great run there for Ciara on the Tanda. That looks like Smith and Walsh side by side there coming up towards the hairpin. So we'll call then, please, for the Crown Prince of Kirkistown Supersport race. That's the Big 3 Series, part of the Big 3 Series Championship, as Finn Stevens and Tomaszewski go past. Looks like Tomaszewski's actually clawing Stevens back in here, especially in the faster sections of this track, down the front straight through Debtor's Dip, absolutely flat out. And then down into Colonials 1 and 2. So the leaders already at Fisherman's. So Tomaszewski, a wee bit of work to do here. The gap that time was 0.8 of a second. Ciara Cahoon a further 3 seconds back. But still holding on to that third place from Harley Smith in fourth. So Harley Smith and William Graham having a good dice there. So we'll have a wee look to see what the gap is next time round as the rest of them exit the chicane. Long old haul up this back straight, especially on a windy day for these machines. So coming out of the hairpin then, Stevens still in the lead on the start and finish straight. That bright, luminous yellow and green machine. Hubert Tomaszewski has closed that gap. 0.7 seconds now. Finn Stevens still just in the lead. Hubert Tomaszewski, a 109.8, fastest lap so far of this race. And he is closing him down now. He's nearly right on him here at Colonials 2. He just loses a wee bit on the exit of Colonials. And that allows Stevens just to claw a wee bit of safety back. Just throw a wee safety net out there between them two corners. Three fishermen into the chicane. Tomaszewski pushing hard for that win from this race. So down the back straight they go. Another call then, please, for the Super Sport machines to the holding area. That's the Super Sport machines for the Big 3 Series. Prince of Kirkistown, if you can make your way to the holding area. Look at Tomaszewski now. He's nearly within slipstream contention now of Stevens. In fact, he is. He's looking away round the outside at Deaders. You can't usually do that, Hubert, but he's trying his best anyway, and he makes it stick. He's round the outside of Stevens. Can he get it stopped for Colonials 1? Maybe runs a wee bit wide just into the exit of Colonials 2. But he looks like he's made it work. Stevens still right on him here. He's going to have to get tucked into the slipstream for the long haul down this back straight then. Or is he going to try and make a move a wee bit earlier? He tucks in behind Hubert and just stays there for now anyway. He has to make sure he gets a good wide line and good drive out onto this back straight. Stay in the slipstream then of that 300 Kawasaki machine. Apologies, Yamaha machine. On the brakes, Stevens on the brakes into the hairpin. Up the inside of Tomaszewski. Does he make it stick? He does indeed. Out on the middle of the road. So the two of them are going to come alongside here as Stevens shoots across the track. Tomaszewski once again around the outside of Stevens through Deaders Dip. Ciara Cahoon then still in that third place. She exits the hairpin. William Graham fourth, Harley Smith fifth, Walsh in sixth, and Scott in seventh. So great race there for Smith and Walsh as they cross the line. So Walsh going to have to try and make a move pretty soon here on these pair. Back at the chicane then. It's Hubert Tomaszewski still in front of Stevens from that massive manoeuvre there at Deaders. Stevens a wee bit closer this time. He's maybe able to stay in the slipstream of that Yamaha for a wee bit longer now. And once again, that lighter tandem machine on the brakes up the inside for the second time. Deja vu here. And again, just holds it then a wee bit wider, using a wee bit more of the track this time as he comes on to the start and finish straight. Wind's picking up a wee bit. The temperature's getting a wee bit colder. Tomaszewski then just sitting up a wee bit there. Just moved his head up out of this from behind the screen. Trying to see where he can go next. See this battle then between Smith and Walsh. A wee bit further back, Ciara Cahoon. It looks like William Graham's actually catching Ciara Cahoon now. So the gap 2.4 seconds back. So back at the chicane then. The pair of them dicing the bit out here. Stevens in front. Looks like he's pulled a wee bit of a gap then on Tomaszewski. Raindrops on the commentary window here. So we'll pray it won't come to anything, or there's going to be a lot of panicking down here in pit lane. So the Super Sport machines, please, to the holding area. 2 and a bit laps to go in this one. So here we go, out on the start and finish once again. Stevens still from Tomaszewski. 0.3 of a second a gap, but look at Tomaszewski using that power of the Yamaha. Trying the same again to go around the outside. He was just a bit wide that time, but up the inside before he even gets to Colonials. Will he outbreak himself? He does. Stevens back up the inside. So the two of them are at it absolutely neck and neck here. Chopping and changing each quarter. Fisherman's then on the brakes. In the Fisherman's is a difficult corner. It looks like Stevens. It might be mizzling a wee bit more down that side of the track, but it looks like Stevens has the confidence through here. William Graham still. So William Graham right on Ciara Cahoon now through Colonials 2. So the leaders, it's still Stevens and in the lead at the hairpin. Coming on to the start and finish straight. We'll have a wee look to see where Ciara Cahoon, the last lap flag is going out now. It's still Stevens from Hubert Tomaszewski. So Ciara Cahoon through. It looks like William Graham has indeed got the better of Ciara Cahoon now. So Graham ahead of Cahoon up into third place. So we'll keep an eye then on the leaders on this last lap. As they make their way through into the chicane. It's still Stevens from Hubert Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski, can he do anything? Can he use the power of that Yamaha and do something on the brakes into the hairpin? You can see Stevens is already lining up to be defensive into the hairpin. But a bit hard beat that Tanda on the brakes. Tomaszewski trying to make a move round the outside. He takes a wider line. Will he cut back on the exit of the hairpin? As they come out on the start and finish straight, they disappear behind the barriers, but it's got to be. They're neck and neck across the line. It's Tomaszewski who takes the win over Finn Stevens. 0.09 of a second. Absolutely nothing in it. Just lost out. I seen Tomaszewski taking a wide line there at the hairpin, and he wanted to get the bike stood up as quickly as possible to get the power on, and that's exactly what he done, and it worked for him. The Tanda just lacking that wee bit. Mid-range, top end. Oh, Ciara Cahoon then is caught back up to William Graham, but it's not going to be enough. Too little, too late here. So William Graham takes the last step of the podium from Ciara Cahoon in fourth place. He's clawed that back, 0.7 of a second then, but it was again too little, too soon. Too little, too late, should I say. Harley Smith across the line in a safe fifth place. All the excitement, I can hardly speak. Walsh then in sixth, and David Scott across the line in seventh place. So Super Sport 600 machines, please. Next up, if the remainder of you make the way to the holding area, this is for the Crown Prince of Kirkistown, the Big 3 Series Championship, brought to you by Charles Hurst Motorcycle Village. If you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can, please. So I think we're more or less ready to go here for this super sport race. Okay, so just hearing, guys, we're going to have a 5-minute delay. That's a 5-minute delay just to hold off until this rain blows over, just to save any panicking from changing tyres and whatnot. So just hearing that update. So hold your ground for a wee second, and we'll get back to you in about 5 minutes or so. So just hearing in my ear, guys, once all the tires are changed, and when we're going back out, it's going to be 2 warm-up laps and a 9-lap race. 2 warm-ups and a 9-lap race. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, not ideal conditions here at all, but you can guarantee one thing: it is wet. So there's no question of what tyres you're going to put in. Just let you all know, all the riders and teams, there are girls going about the paddock with entry forms. That's for the July race meeting. So they're going around here with entry forms, and Kitty has asked very politely if you can return them to her today. That would be fantastic. So any entry forms handed out for July races, can you return them to Kitty today, please? Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the klaxon. Remove the tire warmers and the Super Sport 600 machines. Again, 2 laps, 2 warm-up laps, and a 9-lap race. Andy Mack trying to count his fingers there. Easier said than done, buddy. So the warmers are coming off. Plenty of time there to change tires. Daniel Matheson looking as cool and as calm as ever. So the rain fell pretty hard there, to say the least. Hailstones and all. So hopefully everyone out on track, the marshals and stuff, were able to take cover somewhere. But there's the machines going out on track then. Again, 2 warm-ups. 2 warm-ups and a 9-lap race. Larkin out, Daniel Matheson, Christian Elgin. Just Matheson's machine, a bit of a false neutral there. But he gets away then. A few just waiting there. Graham Irwin. He's able to get out then. Paul Cranston. And Mark Conlon all the way out then. Again, 2 warm-ups and a 9-lap race. Lining up then, Corey McGreevy will be on pole, followed by Christian Elgin. And then Graham Irwin in 3rd, Mark Conlon 4th. Filling the front row then is Daniel Matheson. First of the Cup riders is Ross Martin, way up there in 6th place. A very respectable position for a Cup rider. You can just see how wet it really is out there. The rooster tails kicking up from behind the machines. Again, with their rain lights on. Guy McCoy in 7th. Robert Waddell lining up in 8th place. Then we have Rob McCauley, Lee Hara 10th, Christian Boyce 11th, Alan Mayers 12th, Ross Moore 13th, Warren Knowles in 14th, Simon McCullough in 15th, William Donnelly in 16th, Alistair Jackson 17th, Alex O'Grady 7th of the Cup riders in 18th, Brendan Calvin in 19th, and Keelan Smith in 20th. Ross Martin just lining up there on the 2nd row. Again, it'll be even more difficult now to see them places. Corey McGreevy just calling. I think that's Kia, perhaps, his brother. Kia was a very, very fast rider as well. Now concentrating on the technical side of things. Mapping, etc. Stuff that includes big words that I don't understand. But he seems to be doing the trick anyway for Corey. see weather conditions not ideal here, but we'll make the most of what we have. Paul Cronson just into place there, so the green flag is go, and they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Graham Irwin rockets off the start line. Corey McGreevy close in behind him. Graham Irwin with his foot off the pegs, but he gets the whole shot then in through Deaders. See, Corey McGreevy just had to move over there slightly. He got squeezed out ever so slightly by Graham Irwin. He's really, literally took to this Ducati like a duck to water. In through Fisherman's. Breaking into the chicane then. So it is Graham Irwin. Corey McGreevy in second place. And it's Mark Conlon then is up into third. Christian Elkin fourth. And Gary McCoy in fifth. They've broke away from the group behind them. It looks like Ross Martin is leading that group as they come back on to the start and finish here. And it is, look at Corey McGreevy looking away up the inside, but he thinks better of it and tucks back in behind Graham Irwin. Corey just tucking in a wee bit too early there into Deaders. But it's Graham Irwin. Can Corey make a move into Colonials 1? He just stays tucked in behind that Ducati then. But it's Graham Irwin, Corey McGreevy, Mark Conlon, Christian Elgin, Gary McCoy, Robert Waddell leading the Cup class at the minute. Brendan Kavanagh in 7th. Ross Martin 2nd in the Cup class. Daniel Matheson in 9th. Ross Moore 10th. Rob McCauley 3rd in the Cup class in 11th place. At the chicane then, it's still Graham Irwin. Corey McGreevy gets in the slipstream of that Ducati. Mark Conlon now coming under pressure from Christian Elkin. A call, please, for the sidecar machines to the holding area. That's the sidecar machines to the holding area. Out on the start and finish straight then. The thunder note of that Ducati is in behind this Kawasaki now. So Corey McGreevy getting the better of Graham there at the hairpin. But look at Graham. He's going to try and line himself up for an inside move into Colonials 1. Has he got it on the brakes? He doesn't. He keeps in behind Corey McGreevy then, as the rest of them come through now. Robert Waddell still leading the Cup class from Ross Martin, who's now down in 10th place. Coming out of Fisherman's then, Corey McGreevy has a bit of a lead now by the looks of it. Graham pushes the front end. That Ducati in, a wee bit of a shake there from the back end of the Ducati into the chicane. Out onto the back straight then. So we've got Mark Conlon then. Still under pressure from Christian Elkin. Christian in the slipstream of the Ducati. You hear the squeals of that Yamaha. Just about. But look at Corey McGreevy now. It only took him a lap to get used to these conditions here. The Ducati, the back end of that Ducati moving about, squirming underneath Irwin. Battle Daniel Matheson then up into 6th place. That was not such a good start there for Daniel Matheson. Corey McGreevy posting the fastest lap, a 1:08.46. Back at the chicane now. That gap has opened up. Back to Graham Irwin. So Corey McGreevy, 3rd place man now. Mark Conlon starting to catch on Graham Irwin. Christian Elgin just staying tucked in behind him. He's going to try maybe the end of this race just for the last step of that podium. So it's all happening there down at the chicane by the looks of it. But down, going on the start and finish straight there. And it's still Corey McGreevy, Graham Irwin, Mark Conlon, Christian Elkin sitting up there. And Gary McCoy just wiping his visor, I think, there. Christian Elgin just looking up, couldn't see with the spray that Mark Conlon was throwing up. And there's Ross Moore then. We're waiting on Christian Boyles. away through. Oh, it's Ross Martin now that's in the lead of the Cup class, and Christian Boyles in second. Jordan Larkin away through there, third in the Cup class. Fourth was Rob McCauley, and fifth is Alex O'Grady. Sixth, Alan Myers on the Suzuki. Corey McGreevy spreading that now, spreading that gap. Christian Elkin just starting to drop off a wee bit. Gary McCoy looking around him now. He's a wee bit distracted. Maybe he's just finding it difficult to see through his visor. So if you move your head to the left or the right, it can get rid of that spray on the visor momentarily. So Gary McCoy and the Mad Bro Suzuki away through. Again, will be out later on that BMW, that Superbike machine. Again, another call, please, for the sidecar machines to the holding area. The sidecar machines to the holding area. So this is the championship, the Big 3 Series championship then. As Corey McGreevy tips into the chicane again. You can see there the Orange Army doing a great job all weekend here. So fastest lap once again for Corey McGreevy, a 1 minute .733. Graham Irwin a 101.111. Corey McGreevy across the line. Graham Irwin batters his lap time there. He's now matching Corey McGreevy, a 1 minute .7. But again, Corey just stretched that bit of a lead. Graham Irwin's going to find it really difficult to claw that back. 3 laps to go of this race then. 3 laps to go. So sidecar machines out next. Part of their Super Easter weekend. So again, Corey in through the chicane. Graham Irwin has maybe closed up a wee bit there on that Magic Bullet Ducati. The gap was 2.043 of a second. Graham Irwin was like this on Saturday as well. Just dropped back a wee bit and then all of a sudden started clawing that gap, but he's got slower riders ahead of him now. So Paul Cranston, he's going to have to go around the long way around, Paul. But the gap is down. 1.3 seconds now is the gap. And Graham Irwin posting the fastest lap, a 1 minute .188. Looking back then at the Cup riders. We're waiting on them as they break into the hairpin at the top half of the track. So this should be Brendan Kavanagh, followed by Ross Moore. We're waiting on Christian Boyles. Ross Martin and Boyles have been at it this race. And there they are, Ross Martin back out in front, round the outside, taking the long way through Deaders. So the gap then at the front was 1.3 seconds. As the last lap goes out, it is back up to 1.5 seconds now. So he's on a push right now, so he's pushing the front end like Ducati. He closes right up on the brakes, but then loses that wee bit of a drive. So Corey McGreevy just that wee bit more comfortable with that Kawasaki. Gary McCoy way back there, 5th place, but 25 seconds down on the leader on that Mad Bros Suzuki. So the leaders at the pit lane cafe now, braking for the chicane. I'm not sure, there's far too much to do there for Graham Irwin, but he still tries hard on the brakes and coming on to the start and finish straight then. Graham Irwin closed right up there, but it's going to be Corey McGreevy who takes the win. Another Super Sport win there for Corey McGreevy. Graham Irwin with the fastest lap that time round, with a 59.65, 59.965 through. So Mark Conlon through there in third, and Christian Elkin in fourth. Cup riders then to make their way up towards us. That should be Gary McCoy. It is indeed, with the foot out, just acknowledging the flag. And that was a lonely race there for Gary. He was right up at the pointy end with them at the start and just dropped off Christian Elkin then. So there's Brendan Kavanagh. So it's there's Ross Muir. Between these two, it's Ross Martin then. So Ross Martin takes the win in the Supersport Cup. Rob McCauley drops way back there, 10th on the road, but he's second in the Supersport Cup, followed by Jordan Larkin in third. Fourth was Alan Mears. Fifth was Alex O'Grady. So again, sidecar machines, please, to the holding area. That's sidecar machines to the holding area for your first race of the day. Great result there for Corey McGreevy once again, but the fastest lap goes to Graham Irwin, a 59.965 on the last lap. Mark Conlon in third, done very well to hold off Christian Elkin there. A 101.3 from Conlon. Christian Elkin a 101.9 was his best lap. Gary McCoy in fifth, Brendan Kavanagh, Ross Muir seventh. Ross Martin, another win there for Ulster Supersport Cup for Ross Martin. Rob McCauley in second, but William Donnelly was ninth. Rob McCauley 10th, second Supersport Cup. Jordan Larkin third Supersport Cup. Warren Knowles finished off 12th. Alan Mears 13th, but fourth in the Cup class, and Alex O'Grady 5th in the Cup class. Paul Cranston finishes up in 15th place. So the sidecars now out on track for their first race of the day. So the line-up on the grid in this order: John Holden and Phil Napton. Once John got going in qualifying, the last couple of laps, he posted some phenomenal times there ahead of Darren O'Dwyer and Mark Gash for second place. Mick Donovan and Max Pfizer in third. Hopefully they've got that machine sorted. The number 19 outfit having issues during qualifying. Tony Baker and Connor Parkin in fourth. Then we have Clark and Daly lining up in fifth. Willis and Harn in sixth. Clock and Mason in seventh. Shapley and McRaman in eighth. Newton and Evans in 9th. McDermott and Carl Daly in 10th place. Monaghan and Anto McDonald in 11th. Cartwright and Kiger in 12th. And Declan and Carl Brady. And hopefully will be out in the race. He might just be able to start from the back, but didn't make a qualifying time. So the cars just getting into their respective grid positions. Next up then will be the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines. If you want to make your way to the holding area, please. So the sidecars ready to go for their 8-lap race. And they're given the green flag then at the back. Just waiting for... Oh, there's another outfit. So another outfit just making their way back into their position. There we go. So the green flag's ready to go. It's flying now. And they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. The back end spinning, squealing for grip there for O'Dwyer. So O'Dwyer is going backwards in this race, but it looks like John Holden then who gets the whole shot through deaders. Bits and pieces of sidecars flying everywhere. Just couldn't get the grip down on the back tire of that sidecar for O'Dwyer. Mark Gash maybe could have done with an extra few burgers at lunchtime. So the machine's off. John Holden is under pressure now. So that might be Donovan as they're heading towards the chicane then. It's O'Dwyer. So O'Dwyer has came back from the middle of the field and that awful start and is now up into the lead already. Slipping and sliding their way down the back straight. Crying for grip. John Holden, his passenger, just disappearing in behind the cockpit there. As the rain continues to fall here at Kirkistown. And here comes O'Donovan then. Oh, but he's closely followed by Brady. So the Brady bunch coming from the back of the grid. Absolutely fantastic start there from Declan and Carl Brady. Holding way through in third place then. Baker, Donovan, Scobie Clock, Shipley, Willis, Newton outfits all the way through. And Monaghan. So at the chicane then, Brady just starting to drop off a wee bit from O'Dwyer, apologies, and Mark Gash. Just look at John Holden. Will he be able to keep that pace up that he had during qualifying? So Brady pushing hard. Remember, there's no qualifying, no practice here for Brady. But straight out of the blocks, pushing that machine to the absolute limit here. But will it be enough? Will he be able to get the better of O'Dwyer? Doesn't look like it as he continues to pull away. Oh, Brady just on the limiter there as he clicks it up another cog before turning into deaders. And you can certainly see as the cars just turn in there, you can see that dip in the middle of the corner. Just upsetting some of them as they go through there. So O'Dwyer posting the fastest lap of 107.509. Brady a 109.2. John Holden a 110.7. So they're through the chicane once again then. Again, that machine of O'Dwyer's absolutely sideways. He can't get it going in a straight line. It's like a shopping trolley, but he's making it work. Mark Gash just holding on and praying at this stage by the looks of it. He wants to get a good gap back to the Brady brothers and then just maintain it, but his passenger will soon let him know as he gets himself ready nice and early for Deaders. Look how hard Brady is pushing now. So that's fastest lap. Personal best there for Brady, a 108.5. He's starting to chip away at the times. Remember, there was no practice for the Brady brothers. As the tip into the hairpin, into Colonials 1 and 2 then. And back to the front. Back on the back straight then. And you can see Brady's just dropping off that wee bit. He's done enough. He wants to get that second place. From John Holden, struggling now for grip. On the Carl Cox Motorsport outfit. Out on the start and finish once again. O'Dwyer through faster again there for O'Dwyer. A 107.0. Brady a 110 that time round. It did look slightly slower through the last section. John Holden another. It's a 111.3 that time for John Holden. Baker going quicker again, a 111.6. So it looks like Brady and Holden have just settled in there for them podium finishes. As O'Dwyer exits the chicane. Baker, Donovan there, Tony Willis, Scooby Clock, Shipley all the way through there. Scooby Clock's going to be under pressure here from Shipley. He moves over to the right hand side to try and get the better of Clock. Up the inside of Scooby. No, he's too far away now in the Colonials 1. He ran a wee bit wide there, so he's lost the drive through into Fisherman's as well. O'Dwyer coming up the slower riders now as he approaches. It's Monaghan there then. Makes short work of that round the outside. Brady well spread apart now from John Holden. Another call please for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area. That's the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area then. That's Baker and Parkin all the way through there. Donovan and Pfizer. Only 2.5 laps left to go of this race. If the pre-injection machines and the Superbike Cup could please make their way to the holding area. Tony Willis away through with Ian Harron on board. Scooby Clock and Phil Newton and James Evans. We're going to hear that's John Holden's machine bouncing its way up the back straight there. This is the back end. The tyre just squirming under the power of these sidecar machines. Same with Brady. So Brady, the front end lap machine of Brady's just going a wee bit light over the start and finish straight here. 2 laps to go then. As the battle further back. That's John Shipley, Scooby Clock and Phil Newton as they make their way through the chicane. Followed by Phil Monaghan. So Newton just getting into the slipstream there. Scooby Clock maybe thinking about making a move up the inside at the hairpin. But Brady through the chicane already. O'Donovan already thinking about braking for the hairpin, and he is indeed. And powering out onto the start and finish straight. Again coming up the slower riders now of Newton and Scooby Clock. Just look at that machine. All over the place there as he tips into deaders, but that is the last lap flag then. So the last lap flag out. Here's John Holden now. And Phil Napton. So Napton, he doesn't even lift from the pod. He just moves over, make sure his head's still behind there, of course. It is so fast in one of these machines through deaders. Out of Fisherman's and in through the chicane. O'Dwyer just getting held up a wee bit there. But he's got plenty of time. He's got plenty of room, and he'll use this back straight then. No slipstream required. Braking now for the chicane, or for the hairpin. And we'll just wait for him to emerge from behind the buildings here and out of the hairpin. Here it is. The number one machine takes the number one step once again here at Kirkistown. So Darren O'Dwyer takes the win. Declan Brady and Carl Brady across the line after not qualifying, having to start from the back of the grid and finishing in second place. John Holden then and Napton across the line on the Carl Cork's Motorsports machine. Tony Baker and Connor Parkin. And then we have the number 19 after few issues in qualifying. That's Donovan and Pfizer then finishing up in 5th place. Next up then, that was Phil Monaghan. Should be Tony Willis. You can hear the machine sliding onto the front straight here. 6th place then for Tony Willis and Ian Harron. So Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines up next then. That's Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines for race 6 in your programs. 8 laps. Okay, guys, we're calling this one quick, so the sound of the klaxon pretty soon, no doubt. And there it is. So the tire warmers will be coming off, the pre-injection machines and the Superbike machines. After this then we'll have the Superbike Pro for the King of Kirkistown. Big 3 Series King of Kirkistown Superbike Pro race up next. So once these machines leave pit lane, if you can think about making your way to replace them, please. So again, one warm-up and an 8-lap race. So in the pre-injections, then we have Paul Demain, who was fastest in qualifying, followed by Conor McDonald, David Creeth, Alexander Rowan, Johnny Irwin, Liam Concannon, Vincent Long, Ronan Cosgrave, Jake Crean, and Shane Farrell. Corn Smith fastest in the thousands. Superbike Cup then. Superbike Cup, we have Alex Duncan was fastest from Damien Carson, Lowers Britton, Remy Clark, Keith Richardson, Tom Nicol, Jonathan Gregory, Tom Oliver, Keir Armstrong, Alan Armstrong, Darrell Aston, and John Byrne there in 12th place. Again, just clearing the lungs there of the ZX10 machine. Alex Duncan on the Suzuki, on pole. So just a reminder, it is split grids. So Superbike's off first, followed by the pre-injection machines. As we just wait to see they sort themselves out. So the green flag goes and they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there from Lowers Britton, just trying to give it stacks off the line, trying to give it more gears than what it wants to give. And it looks like Alex Duncan getting the whole shot, but now pre-injection machines giving the go-ahead. The lights go out, and away they go. Oh, great start there for Conor McDonald. Does he get the whole shot? It looks like he has it. Oh, he has to sit up a wee bit as he just nips the grass. But it looks like McDonald has the whole shot there in this one. Back at the Superbikes lane. The tip into the chicane. And it looks like it is Alex Duncan then. Followed by Lowers Britton in second place. It looks like Carson on the Yamaha then in third. It is indeed. As they blast up the back straight, heading, braking hard for the hairpin. And the pre-injection machines then make their way through. It isn't Donald and Paul Demain there. So Paul Demain up into second place in the pre-injection class. The Superbikes blast passes Alex Duncan, Lowers Britton, Damien Carson, Tom Nicol, Keir Armstrong, Remy Clark, Jonathan Gregory, Tom Oliver and Alan Armstrong. Pre-injection machines then across the line. Conor McDonald, Paul Demain up into second place. Alexander Rowan in third. David Creeth then in fourth place. Ronan Cosgrave in fifth. Johnny Irwin there in sixth as it sorts itself out there for a corrected time. Again, we'll try and keep on top of it as best we can here. Through the chicane then. Alex Duncan pulling the gap now on Lowers Britton. Conor McDonald now closing up on Britain. Remy Clark out in his own there, but at the minute he is safe in that 6th position. Praying Jackson Machines then through the chicane with the Superbikes. Look at Alex Duncan. Lowers Britain, still struggling to keep the front end down of that big ZX10. Damien Carson on the Yamaha across the line with the fastest lap. A 104.26 for Damien Carson in 3rd place. Remy Clark up into 5th now. Tom Oliver 6th. Keir Armstrong going backwards in this one. Conor McDonald still heading off the Praying Jackson Machines, but Paul Demain isn't giving up yet. Paul Demain still close in behind him, and he closes right up to McDonald on the brakes into Colonials 1. At the chicane then, it's still Alex Duncan, but look at Carson, he's right on the tail end of Loris Britain now. Just trying to get the power down on that Yamaha, and Britain just concentrating, trying to keep the front end down on that ZX10. So King of Kirkistown Superbikes up next, please. That's the King of Kirkistown Superbike race up next. Superbike leaders then, Alex Duncan. Look at Carson. So Carson's thinking about making a move on Britain. He's going to line it up for Colonials 1, is he? He just cuts it in tight in through Datters to get the drive. I don't think he's close enough to make a move up the inside of Britain at Colonials. He isn't. So Britain's still safe there. So Conor McDonald still ahead in the Praying Jackson class. We'll keep an eye on them at the chicane to see where they have sorted themselves out. Johnny Irwin away through the number 9 machine, currently in 5th place. Ronan Cosgrove 4th in the Praying Jackson. Alexander Rowan still in that 3rd, but Conor McDonald under pressure from Paul Demain. Carson still behind Britain. As we'll look back to the Praying Jackson Machines then. It's Paul Demain's got the better of McConnell this time, so Paul Demain is ahead in this Praying Jackson race. So Paul Demain getting the better. Alex Duncan posting the fastest lap there. That's a 104.1. Loris Britain still in 2nd place. Oh, Carson making a move up the inside of Britain into Colonials 1. Does he make it stick? He does indeed. Britain had to run wide there, and he's lost the drive coming out of Colonials 2. Heading for Fisherman's then. Again, another call for Superbikes to the holding area. That's the Superbike Machines to the holding area. So Alex Duncan through and out of the chicane. Damien Carson up into 2nd place now. Loris Britain demoted to 3rd. He's going to have to watch Tom Nicol, a 105 the last time round there for Tom Nicol, the 134 machine. So coming up to 3 laps left of this race then. Paul Demain still leading there as they exit the chicane, but he's still under pressure from McDonald. McDonald's not letting him go. Alex Duncan with another faster lap there, coming up the slower riders. Loris Britain has to sit up through Datters. Nothing he can do about that today. It looks like Carson's running away with this 2nd place then. But Alex Duncan a 103.6. Praying Jackson Machines then. Paul Demain pulled a wee bit of a gap this time on Conor McDonald. So 3rd place then, Alexander Rowan away through there on that McKillop motorcycle racing machine. Superbikes then, Alex Duncan still posting the fastest lap there, so the gap wasn't down the last time. Damien Carson from Alex Duncan at 2.7 seconds back on Duncan. Paul Demain still ahead there as they exit the chicane. Superbikes at the front then. Alex Duncan still leading from Carson. 2.6 now. The gap is down, but is it down enough? I don't think there's going to be enough here to go through. Incident there at Datters. So still Alex at the front from Damien. Paul Demain now has Tom Nicol in between him and Connor McDonald. So an incident here just at Colonials, or Debtors, sorry. So the riders obeying the yellow flag, and that's what I thought. So this has been red flagged then. So this race has been red flagged. So we'll have a red flag here. Superbikes are up next if you can get yourselves ready. And if we hear anything, we'll keep you posted. So this race has been red flagged. So just hearing that has now been declared a result then. And we'll go through them in a wee minute or two. But for the meantime, we'll just wait for an update and we'll get straight back to you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, sterling job from the marshals and paramedics. So getting that cleared up. So still waiting on an update here, but if the remaining superbikes could please make their So just hearing, guys, we will have this Superbike race, followed by the Super Sport Cup B race, and then that will be today's racing over and done with. And time hasn't been on our side here, so the next two races will end today, full-length races. But first up then, the Superbikes, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. And just a reminder for anyone who has borrowed a transponder, please, in the Moto 3s, 177, Darren Duncan. The production twins, number 94, Shane Doran. Super twins, number 99, that is Jeremy McWilliams. Moto 1 class 919, William Graham and David Scott, number 938. So I think we're more or less ready to go then. We've been given the all clear from race control. See Rossi Dobson there. Just getting ready. He's lost his brolly dolly. Johnny from Fail Inc. down there supporting. And just remember, guys, anyone who's received a trophy this weekend or today, please go and pick it up at sign on. Or the base of the control tower, apologies. So if you have received a trophy, lucky enough to do so, please go and pick it up at the base of the control tower here. And anyone with transponders, please return them. So we've got William Graham, David Scott, Graham Irwin, Darren Duncan, Sean Dornan, Jeremy McWilliams, Tony Willis, number 69 in the sidecars, Prain Jackson, Jake Crean, and Shane Farrell. If you can please return your transponders as soon as possible. And a reminder, the next two races will be the last. 2 warm-ups and 9 laps for this one then. That's 2 warm-ups and 9 laps. So the klaxon is sounded, the tire warmers are removed. Full wet tires all round for these superbikes. So the machine's leaving pit lane now. And they're making their way again. 2 warm-ups and 9 laps. Corey just warming the brakes up in his ZX10. Derek Shields out there, getting well tucked in behind that BM. Aaron Spence on the Honda. So make their way through. Alan Kenny just heading out there. So the machine's through here at the start and finish. And the line up in this order then. Corey McGreevy pole position, followed by Andy Reid. He came on later in qualifying, just dropping his time. And as Alan Kenny heads out on track then. Third place then, Derek Shields, followed by Carl Phillips and Ross Irwin for the front row. Aaron Spence in 6th. Johnny Campbell in 7th. He's had some teething problems with that BMW this weekend. But again, I said to him earlier, it's a long season. You get them all out of the road at the start. The rest is a bonus. 8th place then goes to Daniel Matheson. And Ryan Gibson in behind, lining up in 9th. Dean McMaster lines up in 10th place, followed by Gary McCoy, Jordan McCord, Rossi Dobson in 13th, Mark Hewitt 14th, Andrew Smith in 15th, Marty Lennon in 16th, Darrell Anderson in 17th, Jamie Johnson 18th, Alan Kenny in 19th, and Julian Trummer rounds up the top 20. Alan Irwin causing trouble. So I think that's everybody now where they should be. Mark Hewitt there just having a select reverse briefly. But here we go. The green flag goes up at the back and they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there from the whole front row. They're away side by side. But it looks like Carl Phillips then that gets the whole shot into Deaders. And they're running right out to the grass. In through Colonials 1 then. It still looks like a JMC racing machine out in front. So they exit Colonials 2, heading for Fisherman's. Coming out of Fisherman's then, heading for the chicane. So it is indeed Carl Phillips, followed by Corey McGreevy. Derek Shields in 3rd place. Out onto the back straight then. Carl Phillips wants this more than anybody here. Ross Irwin just in behind Shields there in 4th. So Supersport Cup machines to the holding area, please. That's Supersport Cup machines as they come back down the start and finish straight. It's Corey McGreevy who's now in the lead, followed by Carl Phillips, Derek Shields, Ross Irwin, Daniel Matheson, Gary McCoy. He's feeling it today on that BMW machine. Andy Reid then in 7th place, Dean McMaster in 8th, Mark Hewitt in 9th, and Rossi Dobson rounds up the top 10. As they head back to Fisherman's now, tipping in. That short burst then to the chicane. Carl Phillips is back in the lead, is he? It's close. They're side by side going in the chicane. Carl Phillips takes it then from Corey McGreevy. Does he run wide? Will he lose the drive on the start and finish straight? He's used a wee bit more tarmac than what he wanted there coming out of the chicane. The McAdoo racing machine of Corey McGreevy just getting tucked into the slipstream there. Moves over to the right-hand side. Up the inside of Carl Phillips into the hairpin. Who will it merge in the lead there? It's Corey McGreevy once again. Using all the track and a wee bit more for Carl Phillips. As they gingerly make their way around Deaders. So Carl Phillips posting the fastest lap that time. A 1 minute .64 compared to Corey McGreevy, a 1 minute .648. Derek Shields still holding off there in third place, followed by Ross Irwin in fourth. Andrew Smith up into 13th now, and Aaron Abbott up into 15th. Great battles further back in this Superbike race. Corey McGreevy still in front of Carl Phillips. Derek Shields just sitting back, just waiting for something to happen. He's waiting to pounce there in third place. Ross Irwin just dropping back into the midst of Daniel Matheson. Mark Hewitt in a fantastic 7th place there. He's starting to chase down Gary McCoy, but there's Corey McGreevy, Carl Phillips. The gap is up now, so Corey McGreevy posting the fastest lap this time, a 59.6. Carl Phillips a 1 minute .2. Derek Shields a 1 minute .1, so Shields is now starting to catch Carl Phillips. Johnny Campbell away through there in 8th place. He's heading off that group. Dean McMaster just behind them. Rossi Dobson and Aaron Spence. Andrew Smith and the Parker racing machine just in behind. Back at this. So that's a red flag then. A red flag is being called in this race, unfortunately. So another red flag here, unfortunately. Start of a great Superbike race, but we'll keep you updated if we hear anything. Just a quick announcement here then, guys. There's 2 vehicles that need moved. They're going to do a podium here for the sidecars, but 2 vehicles need moved. TF07RNY. TF07RNY and VIJ1111. Can you move your vehicles, please, as soon as possible? I'm assuming they're down there at the podium spot. So them vehicles need moved ASAP. So they're just moving an ambulance here at the minute, guys. So hopefully it'll not be too much longer. They're just shifting it round there to Colonial, so we'll get things up and running pretty soon. So just hearing, guys, I think we're pretty much there. We're ready to go. If you just want to get your lids back on, get your gloves back on, we're soon ready to go. Again, another reminder, please, for anybody who has to return a transponder. That's Darren Duncan, Shane Doran, Jeremy McWilliams, William Graham, David Scott, Graham Irwin, Tony Willis, Jake Crean, and Shane Farrell. Can you all please return your transponders as soon as possible?
race control. Timekeepers to race control. The riders had done 3 laps in the first part, so they have to do a maximum of 6 in the second part with the new grid. Over.
So just an update, guys. 1 warm-up lap and 8 laps. That's 1 warm-up lap and 8 laps. Did you not say 6, Richard? No. Yeah. Sure, it'll give us something to do. So I think we're good to go here. Once again, 1 warm-up. 8 laps was announced. So the klaxon then being sounded for the Superbikes. Johnny Campbell there, first machine out on track. Rossi Dobson on the Suzuki. Second of the Suzuki's then Nicky Burns away out with Daniel Matheson and Aaron Abbott. Followed by Aaron Spence. Derek Shields and Mark Hewitt. Corey McGreevy and Gary McCoy away out. Carl Phillips is going to be looking to get a start, much like what he did in the first part of this race. And Andrew Smith there. So again, Supersport Cup machines, please, to the holding area. And anybody that hasn't brought their transponder back, please do so now. We all want to get away nice and early. So Corey McGreevy lines up on pole. Alongside Carl Phillips and Derek Shields in third place. Ross Irwin in fourth. And Daniel Matheson lines up in fifth. Gary McCoy sixth. Johnny Campbell in eighth. Dean McMaster ninth. Rossi Dobson 10th. Aaron Spence lining up in 11th. Alongside Andrew Smith in 12th. Aaron Abbott 13th. Nicky Burns 14th. Darrell Anderson in 15th. And Jordan McCord then in 16th place. the rain still coming down here, but there's the green flag, and they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Great start there by Carl Phillips. No doubt is the whole shot into the first corner. He has indeed. That looks like Ross Irwin then into second place in this Superbike race. So through Colonials 1 and 2, heading for Fisherman's. Good chance here for Ross Irwin, but he's under a lot of pressure now from the rider in third place, side by side, coming out of Fisherman's here. It's Carl Phillips, Ross Irwin. Can't make out. I think that's Derek Shields in third place. It is indeed Corey McGreevy then in fourth as he gets beat by the rain coming up through from the bikes in front. Into the hairpin then, coming back out on the start and finish line. It is Carl Phillips from Ross Irwin. Oh, Corey McGreevy just starting to make his way through the pack now. Derek Shields not letting him go, right on him still there at Colonials. So Corey sandwiched between Ross Irwin and Derek Shields at the minute. He doesn't want Carl Phillips to get away. He's pulling a gap on them already. Oh, Corey McGreevy already up into second place then, ahead of Ross Irwin. So it's Carl Phillips, Corey McGreevy, Ross Irwin as they head down the back straight now. Aaron Spence there in fifth. So back at the start and finish line. Very miserable here, but the sun's trying to come out as Carl Phillips popping the front wheel. Corey McGreevy posting the fastest lap at 59.3. And a whole gaggle of riders there headed off by Aaron Spencer in fourth place, followed by Daniel Masters and Johnny Campbell and Mark Hewitt. Andrew Smith and the Parker Transport Machine as well, just at the back of that group, looking away past Mark Hewitt. So the leaders then coming out of Fisherman's. Corey McGreevy has caught right back up with Carl Phillips now. There's only a bank length between them as they exit the chicane. Into the slipstream they go. Ross Irwin just being left behind that wee bit, but he's in that safe third place for now. Heard Derek Shields just pulled over there, but he's away again in this race. He may pull in, having problems with that BMW machine. So great battle further back the field as well. So there's Carl Phillips, Corey McGreevy. Corey McGreevy thinking about a move up the inside, but he just sits back. He sits up in his machine and lets him do his own thing. Aaron Spence still heading off this group. Daniel Matheson in behind. Oh, and a big move there by, that was Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell now ahead of Mark Hewitt. Andrew Smith there, Rossi Dobson away through, up into 9th. Nicky Burns in 10th. Aaron Abbott up into 11th. Jordan McCord demoted to 12th place. Derek Shields then through. Derek Shields pulled into the paddock, is retired out of this race, but the leaders out of the chicane on the start or the back straight, should I say. Oh, Corey McGreevy, is he going to make a move up the inside then at the hairpin that disappear behind the buildings? And we'll see who comes up trumps in that move. It's Corey McGreevy. So Corey has taken the lead of this race. Carl Phillips struggling to keep the front end of that JMC racing machine down. Ross Irwin on the Magic Bullet Honda. Oh, Aaron Spence with a wee bit of a wobble there as he touches the green line on the right hand side. That's for the pit lane exit. Nicky Burns away through there with Aaron Abbott and Jordan McCord. So the leaders heading to this in through the chicane then. Corey McGreevy and Carl Phillips on the exit. So Carl, he's going to have to get tucked in behind all that spray that's being thrown up by the McAdoo Kawasaki. And that machine of Ross Irwin's Safe and sound in that third place. Aaron Spence still under pressure by Daniel Matheson. Oh, Johnny Campbell has dropped back now. So Johnny Campbell is back behind Mark Hewitt. And it looks like Mark Hewitt has actually pulled a bit of a gap on him. The leader's away through. So the gap is half a second now. Back to Carl Phillips from Corey McGreevy. Aaron Spence, Mark Hewitt away through there with Daniel Matheson in between the pair of them. And Johnny Campbell just struggling there at the back of that group behind Mark Hewitt. So Hewitt now up into 6th place. 3 fishermen's now through the chicane. So Carl is not letting him go. He's closed that gap right back up again to Corey McGreevy. Down the back straight then on the brakes. And look at Spence. He's really pushing hard to try and keep Matheson in behind him. But the leader's coming out of the hairpin now. On to the start and finish straight still. Corey McGreevy. Another call for the Supersport Cup race, please. The Supersport Cup to the holding area. Leader's miles up front now. The gap is down to 0.2 seconds. There's absolutely nothing in it. Oh, and Daniel Matheson has got the better of Aaron Spence now in this group. Mark Hewitt just sitting back, enjoying this race in front of him. So the leaders then coming out of Fisherman's. Corey McGreevy seemed to have opened that gap back up again, but Carl closes right back up at the chicane. So Corey McGreevy seems to have the legs between Colonials 2 and Fisherman's. Carl Phillips sitting up there just as he's trying to see what's going on in front of him. So the leaders in through the hairpin then, coming out onto the start and finish straight now. Looking back at that battle, Mark Hewitt now looking away through on Aaron Spence. But the leaders away through. Carl Phillips is really struggling here on that JMC racing machine. Either he can't see anything through the mist and the rain, or he's just trying to exercise that the front end of that ZX10 machine. So Mark Hewitt getting the better of Aaron Spence as they go through Colonials. Spence, running a wee bit wide there maybe, but Mark Hewitt, this is going to be a good lap time from Hewitt. His fastest so far, a 1 minute .557. Oh, Nicky Burns by the looks of it. I think that was Nicky Burns just retiring down the back straight there. So that McKillop Racing Suzuki has retired out of this race. So Daniel Matheson then. Mark Hewitt chasing him down now on that BMW. New machinery this year for Mark. But there it is, the checkered flag. And only just across the line, Corey McGreevy takes the win from Carl Phillips, who once again on the last lap posts the fastest lap of the race, a 58.8 compared to Corey McGreevy's 58.9. But it's Daniel Matheson then who takes the 3rd place from Mark Hewitt and Aaron Spence. Johnny Campbell, don't know what happened. Johnny maybe made a wee bit of a mistake there, but the rest of them upped their game and they upped the lap times there. So again, Corey McGreevy with the win from Carl Phillips. Daniel Matheson in 3rd. Who's going to get it in 7th? It's Andrew Smith. Oh, it was close battle there across the line. Jordan McCord getting the better of Aaron Abbott. So as they make their way back round to the paddock then. If we can have Supersport Cup machines, please, to the holding area. That's Supersport Cup machines to the holding area. This will be the last race of the day. Aaron Spence just giving a wee piggyback there for Ross Irwin. A reminder, please, for anyone who has transponders. We're going to get an update here pretty soon, no doubt. So if you have a transponder, please can you return it to Richard here in the timekeeping office. So Shane Doran, Jeremy McWilliams, Graham Irwin, Jake Crean, and Julian Trummer. Please can you return your transponders as soon as possible. That's Shane Doran, Jeremy McWilliams, Graham Irwin, Jake Crean, and Julian Trummer. So here we go then. For the Supersport Cup races, headed off by Jack Cadwell, taking pole position from Stephen Love. Jamie Dixon in third, Lewis Crompton in fourth, Evan Larkin in fifth, James Porter in sixth, Gary Jordan in seventh, Joy Hennessy in eighth, Ross Quinn lines up in ninth, followed by Aaron McCann in 10th. Scott Clements qualified in 11th. 12th place was Liam Concannon. Nathan Milne in 13th. Stuart McCann 14th. Andy Farrell in 15th. Dean Graham 16th. Gareth Dunlop in 17th. Ezra Clark lining up in 18th place. William Young in 19th. And Jack Mears in 20th. So Cadwell taking up his position there alongside Stephen Love. Evan Larkin. So near ready to go here then. Again, just a wee bit of organising to be done here before we get things underway. So it looks like we're ready to go, and the green flag is being waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, what a cracker start there for Stephen Love. Just give it another gear there, Stephen. Get the front end down. And he makes it into the first corner. Stephen Love gets the whole shot in this Supersport Cup race. And the Colonials then that disappear behind the crowds here at Kirkistown. Great to see so many spectators flocking to Kirkistown today. So three fishermen then heading for the chicane. It's still Stephen Love in the lead. And that looks like Cadwell then still just holding on to second place. So there we go. There's pretty spread out gap there at the front already. But further back the field, looked like Evan Larkin just getting a tough time there as he enters the hairpin and back onto the start and finish straight then to come. So there he is, Stephen Love in the lead and pulling the gap already on Jack Cadwell. Jimmy Dixon there in third place. Aaron McCann, Lewis Crompton up into fifth then. So Lewis Crompton up into fifth place with Ross Quinn just in behind, and Evan Larkin under pressure from Gary Jordan as they try and sort themselves out before tipping into Colonials 1. Head back to the chicane then. So just pour out of Fisherman's and just gingerly make their way. Stephen Love making a wee bit of a mistake there as he had to lift again on the exit of the chicane. Pouring down the back straight then. Cadwell doesn't look like he's making any headway on Stephen Love at the minute. But Lewis Crompton now in the slipstream. It looks like Aaron McCann just ahead of him then. So Aaron McCann, Crompton wants this fourth place then. That would be a great result for Lewis Crompton at the end of this day. Stephen Love then with the fastest lap at 105.9. And there is Aaron McCann, but Lewis Crompton is hunting him down. The gap is now closed up, 0.6 of a second. Again, just has to squeeze them brakes that wee bit harder at Fisherman's to see if he can claw anything back, if he can close that gap up even more, and it looks like it. So Lewis Crompton has now closed right up against Aaron McCann now. So the leaders out of the chicane. That's Stephen Love, Jack Cadwell and Jimmy Dixon. Slightly lonely race there for them. But Lewis Crompton now trying to get the power on nice and early as they exit the chicane. Into the slipstream once again then of Aaron McCann. Evan Larkin, apologies now. So Evan Larkin still ahead of Quinn. As the leaders come down past us here, Stephen Love posts the fastest time again at 104.9. Jack Cadwell at 106.2. Jimmy Dixon at 107.6. So here's McCann on the R6, being chased by the ZX6. And Evan Larkin wants a wee piece of this as well. He's up right behind Lewis Crompton now. So the leaders exiting. Now heading again for the chicane. Massive gap back to the rest of them there, as they just steady themselves through. Joey Hennessy going well up into 9th place there for Joey Hennessy, just behind the veteran Andy Farrell. You love me for saying that. Jimmy Dixon then looking safe in that 3rd place. Crompton dropping back a wee bit, so he's dropping back into the midst of Evan Larkin. Stephen Love across the line. Again, faster again there from Stephen Love. He's not holding off in this. 104.5. Jack Cadwell, 105.7. Coming out of the hairpin then. So Aaron McCann has answered to Lewis Crompton. And he's upped his pace. They've all upped their pace now. Aaron McCann at 108.3. Lewis Crompton at 108.6. Perhaps just making a mistake there somewhere around the back half of the track. The leaders once again at the chicane now. And the gap back to Jack Cadwell then is 4.2 seconds. As they're past the pit lane cafe behind us here. Had a wonderful Singer burger for lunch. I do recommend it for next time. So Aaron McCann, Lewis Crompton has closed back up to Aaron McCann again as they exit the chicane, but on the start and finish straight then. So Stephen Love slightly slower that time round. Jack Cadwell, same again for Jack Cadwell. Jimmy Dixon then a 107.43 compared to his 107.26. Still consistent here We'll see what Lewis Crompton brings to the table. Across the line he goes. He's closed that gap up again. Less than a second now. Faster again, Lewis Crompton then. James Porter just behind Gary Jordan. So Gary Jordan through Debtor's Dip as the leaders already out through the chicane. Second place, Jack Cadwell. Just looking to finish this race then. And Jimmy Dixon would be happy with third. But Lewis Crompton will not be happy for fifth as he's still pushing hard, trying to claw back again on Aaron McCann. Evan Larkin as well, now going to be under pressure from Ross Quinn. So Ross Quinn starting to push. As we're steaming up here. So across the line they go. Stephen Love still just slowing up on the pace a wee bit there. So come down the back straight once again. Lewis Crompton that time back 1.5 seconds now. Again back to Lewis Crompton from Aaron McCann. So the leaders already breaking for the hairpin. So the last lap flag will be going out this time round. Exiting the hairpin now. There's Stephen Love then, taking the last lap flag for the last time today. And they're heading back towards Colonials then. We're waiting on Jimmy Dixon here. He is across the line then. A 107.1. Slightly slower again there from Jimmy Dixon. So the leaders through the chicane. Lewis Crompton, the gap is now up to 1.52 seconds. But look at Ross Quinn then. Ross Quinn dropping off on Larkin. So Larkin looks like he's going to be safe for that. James Porter still all over the back end of Gary Jordan. Porter goes to the right hand side. Is he going to make a move up the inside of Jordan into the Colonials one? He does. And he pulls the gap already. So I think Jordan was maybe pushed out a wee bit wide there. But Gary Jordan then is demoted now to 11th place. So here we go then. The leaders then coming across the line. There it is. Stephen Love takes the win from Jack Cadwell. That's Jack Mears across the line. But here's Jimmy Dixon then. The ZX6 machine across the line in third place. We'll see Aaron McCann was able to hold on to that fourth. He was, and he's more than happy with that fourth place. And so he should be. What a result there. He knew Crompton was behind him, and he just had to go that wee bit quicker, squeeze that wee bit harder to keep him behind. Evan Larkin then holds off Ross Quinn for 6th place. Ross in 7th. Joey Hennessy 8th. Andy Farrell in 9th. James Porter got the better of Gary Jordan on the last lap there for 10th place. Gary Jordan in 11th. Liam Connigan in 12th. Gareth Dunlop 13th. Ezra Clark 14th. Nathan Mile 15th. 16th. Barry Gaston. And across the line there, Dean Graham in 17th. And Stuart Heason across the line on his ZX6 machine for 18th place. So guys, another reminder please. Shane Doran, number 94 in the production twins, can you please return your transponder? Graham Irwin, number 2 in the Super Sport race. Super Sport class, can you please return your transponder? And anyone coming in here, any of the teams, Jack Mears and Ezra Clark, can you please return your transponders to the timekeepers? I just want to say a massive thank you to the club. You have had it all against you. And go like stink. Massive thank you to the club. Massive thank you to the marshals. It's been against you all weekend, but you have done a fantastic job. All the timekeepers, the head honchos here, and everybody involved, the scrutineers, the whole lot, who have dared the weather this weekend. And of course to all the riders and all the teams for entertaining us. And we'll hope to be back, and hopefully we'll see you all at the Kirkistown 100 next weekend, Friday and Saturday. There is a mic downstairs? Is there? Yeah, there's one hanging up. And again, just a massive thank you, and thanks to all the spectators for coming and supporting the sport, supporting all the riders, all the teams here. And a reminder, please, for anyone with transponders, Graham Irwin, Shane Doran, Jack Mears and Ezra Clark, can you please return them as soon as possible? And again, thanks to everyone who tuned in on YouTube. Yous are all stars. Please like, share our Facebook page, Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's a lot more coming your way, and hopefully we can do our little bit just to help. So thank you guys, and we'll see you all again at the Kirkistown 100 next weekend. Safe home.